Can you hear me? All right. Good evening and welcome to the April Board of Adjustment meeting. My name is Amy Sherping and I am the chair of the Stearns County Board of Adjustment. I call this meeting to order. Please rise if able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I will conduct a roll call of members. Barry?
Present.
Rob?
Here.
George? Here. Michael is absent. Amy is here. Dan?
Here.
Dave?
Here.
Please place all electronic devices on silent. All comments and testimony shall be directed to the chair. All persons providing information must state their name and address for the record. The meeting will run as follows. I will read the variance request, which will open the public hearing. While I'm reading your request, the applicant or the representative should come forward and have a seat in front of the board by the microphone. Environmental Service staff will review the staff report and any correspondence has been received regarding the request. The applicant or representative will state their name and address, provide any input, corrections, concerns, comments, etc. Board will discuss the request and ask questions of staff or applicants. Upon completion of board questions, I will ask if there is anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this request. If there is, that person should come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and give their testimony. When the testimony is complete, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. No further input will be taken once the public hearing is closed, unless recognized by the chair or if one of the board members is seeking clarification. The board will review, discuss, and vote on the finding of facts. The findings are a series of questions that the board is required to answer based on Minnesota statute and the requirements of the ordinance. All questions must be answered in the affirmative by the board in order to grant a variance request. Our first agenda item, Robert and Nancy Mittendorf, you want to come up here? First agenda item is to consider requests from Robert and Nancy Mittendorf and Reed Mittendorf Stock Center from section 6.85D of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 4439 to expand an animal feedlot registered for 100 animal units or more at 477 feet from a residential structure. The ordinance requires a 700-foot property line setback from a feedlot registered for 100 animal units or more to a residential structure. The affected property is 80 acres southwest of the northeast and the northwest southeast section 7 Melrose Township. The property's address is 36908 423rd Street, Sauk Center, Minnesota 5678. Which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion that occurred? Barry?
Yes, I had a brief discussion, the owners of the property showed me where they wanted to construct the feedlot.
Rob?
Yes, no discussion.
George?
No.
I am a yes, no discussion. Dan?
Yes, and I had discussed with the applicant.
Dave?
Yes, and no discussion.
Staff report and any correspondence received?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we did not receive any correspondence related to this request. I'll just give you a brief overview. They are looking to construct a 32 by 96. This would be a barn and then an attached 32 by 96 open lot, which would be number 7 on the map in the orange. And that would be on the west side of their current feedlot. The proposed barn and open lot would house approximately 69 slaughter steers. And their existing feedlot is already closer than the 700-foot setback, so it's located at 610 feet currently. And so they are, excuse me, they're allowed to exist at that distance currently. So now their new request for the 477 feet, that would be 133 feet closer than where they are existing. The current feedlot structures are permitted nonconformities. And then just a couple other things to note. This would be a 32% deviation from the 700-foot setback, which is the required setback. There was a cost share project completed on the site in 2006, and this project required, they did a closure of some open lots and also an unpermitted LMSA. And then a new open lot was constructed, which would be number 5 up there, and a new LMSA, which I believe is number 6, if my eyes aren't that good, number 6. So that was what was created. They did have an open lot kind of where number 7 was, and so that was closed, and that was constructed in place by, cost shared by NRCS and designed by them. Okay, so there's a couple other options. The no further encroachment, if they used the one-time 24-foot encroachment, that would allow them to build at 586 feet without a variance. So there's that option. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'll just run into the other options real quick. Otherwise, they could build at the 700 or obviously at the 610, which they would have no further encroachment from the 610 also, which is this red buffer line here, I believe is a 610. Yeah, if you scroll down, or 612, it should be 610. So that would be their no further encroachment from their existing. All the purple is the existing feedlot footprint. So they could build up to that line also without a variance. So I'm just laying out the other options other than a variance, but their request is to use a variance and construct closer. I had one more thing here. So I did do a site inspection on February 10th, deemed the site compliant with Minnesota Rule 7020 and Stearns County Ordinance, and I did run a min-farm model just because the ditch you can see to the west along the property line is somewhat close, and we did discuss this on site with the owners that we'd be concerned about pollution potential because there is somewhat of a slope running towards the ditch there. So I did run the min-farm just to make sure that on what the pollution potential would be. So it showed that it could be compliant if it was managed properly, meaning that that would need to maintain pasture. It couldn't turn to open lot. They do graze that some. So we discussed that that would have to stay a good pasture to allow enough filtration from any open lot. So the south part of 7 would be open lot, which could have a potential for runoff from not having a cover over that part of the structure. So the min-farm model showed that, yeah, it could be compliant if managed properly. And then the applicant also submitted a runoff filtration plan. It's just a little sketch here that they plan to try to divert any runoff further to the south so that it has a longer area to filter before it would reach the ditch. Okay. So their options would be to construct a new barn. Well, you could grant or deny the variance based on the findings of facts, construct a new barn or open lot meeting the 700-foot, construct a new barn or open lot using the one-time 24-foot encroachment, And also choose a location that meets the no further encroachment of 610 and doesn't pose a potential runoff concern. And that's all I have for you.
All right, applicants, please provide your name and address for the record and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
I'm Nancy Mittendorf.
Oh, sorry, just push it once.
Oh, sorry. Okay, our address is 41936 373rd Avenue in Sauk Center.
Robert Mittendorf, same address.
Do any of board members have any questions or clarifications?
I have a question for staff. How do you know if the runoff's going to be a problem? If the variance is granted, will you do an inspection after that? Do you do it every year or every 5 years or?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yes, we would do a post-construction inspection. So once the barn is up and stocked with animals, we'd stop out and make sure it was built to size and in the location as proposed. And then inspections are just done as needed. So if they would propose something or we'd get a complaint or something that would come in, otherwise we don't go out there in a set amount of time.
And one other question, the existing one is closer than 700 feet. Is that
Yeah, that's
a variance? Did they retain a variance for that one?
Madam Chair, members of the board. No, this would have been like a non-exist or a was it non-permitted exit? Yeah, it's a non-conformity, but it's permitted or existing to permit or yeah before the ordinance, if that makes sense.
So you guys want to do slaughter cattle? Can you just tell everyone what the process, how long they're going to be in that feedlot before you get rid of them? Correct?
Well, we already have,
Okay.
Just leave them on, if you want to put yours to green.
And then I noticed you guys did mark the electrical and all that. Are there any tile lines that we need to be aware of in this property?
Not in that area.
Okay.
I don't think is there.
our farm is kind of on the top of a hill.
Okay. Do any of the board members have any questions? We're good?
I do.
Okay.
I have a question for the applicants. Have you talked to the neighbors?
Yeah, the one next door.
700-foot setbacks to protect the neighbors.
Yep, we talked to
That's,
Kyle Alvinwalde, which is the closest neighbor there. And he is okay with it.
Madam Chair, I just have a comment. As I was there, I asked the same question, and actually, you really can't even see the neighbor. I say, especially during the summer, across that gully, it's all tree lined over there. And again, the only issue is if there be a issue with smell or anything like that, but you're not that far away with the rest of it, and then you're in a rural setting. So I was satisfied with your response to that.
Madam Chair, I also made a visit and spoke briefly with the owner and just had him outline what was happening, and I asked the same question. What does your neighbor think? He said the neighbor approves, and looking across, I concur that it seems like it's probably a shorter distance, but it seems further with the tree cover and everything, so it didn't look, to me, it looked like it was in tune with the rest of the agricultural operation that you have going up there. Are you on? Should be. No?
Yep.
Okay, just leave it on, okay.
I'm just having a hard time hearing you guys tonight, so if you could just talk into the mic better, that'd be awesome.
You heard that, okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I did have a question. for the applicant. And I'm looking at the picture with the red setback arc and the purple boundaries around. I was just curious if there were, and I understand you want to save some of the tillable farmland, I get that, but I'm just wondering, are there any other spots that you could put this rather than where you're proposing? I'm just wondering about what I guess would be, you know, maybe to the east of the bigger barn.
Okay. Any other place? Well, we kind of want to save this whole area basically to cow yard in case Reed ever wants to build a larger dairy barn.
I'm sorry, your plan is to build a dairy barn? Or,
If,
oh, if, okay, gotcha.
not right now. It's just
Got it.
How the world is moving with everything, and
Okay.
This way is all tillable land right there where he's got the arrow. That's all tillable, and
this is right in front of our house.
Right.
And this all slopes to the north, so, I mean, through where the egg bags are and such.
Is that an option if you move the egg bags to another location? I'm just curious. I'm just trying to, I mean, that's a big deviation from the normal setback requirement. I understand the neighbor is okay with it, but I was just curious if there were other options that maybe would
Well, we
help in the city.
kind of want an open front shed, and it wouldn't work too good if it was open to the north.
Okay.
Nope. Because it slopes to the north.
yeah, the egg bags, to find a different place for them too is hard because we live on a hill, so everything is, there's a lot of slope all the way around the farm, kind of.
All right. Thank you.
No, that was my question.
Okay. Do any other board members have any questions or clarification for applicants or staff? All right. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Okay. Motion to close public hearing.
So moved?
Can I get
Second.
all in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The public hearing is closed. We will proceed to the findings. All right. A variance request to expand an animal feedlot registered for 100 animal units or more, 477 feet from a residential structure. The proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
Yes?
Dave? Yes. The variance will be in,
Oh, Madam Chair, usually we need some reasoning or find the
it
facts.
is zoned Ag 80,
Yeah, she stated it.
which is allowed. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Actually, I'm going to say no. I don't believe it's in harmony. The harmony is that 700-foot setback to protect the neighbors from the sights and sounds and smells of the feedlot.
George?
I'm a no. Same reason.
Dan?
I mean, yes, you know, looking at the general purposes and intent and the conversation and looking at the site, I think that, I think I'd be okay with this.
Dan? Or Dave?
I will say yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say yes, it will be under the comprehensive plan agricultural goals, number 1, support agriculture as a desirable land use. And I think that the variance would do that.
George?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
I'm a yes, and also in architectural goals 3, 4, and 5, which retain areas with highly valuable agricultural land, strive for support and higher farm profitability and family farm stability, and also strengthen and retain areas with highly valuable architectural land or economically viable animal architectural operations.
Thank you, Dan. Dave?
Yes.
Okay. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, a feedlot in that area, that circumstances is a reasonable use.
George?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no? Barry?
I would say yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say no, there is room for them to relocate that outside the 700-foot setback.
George?
I'm a no for the same reason.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes, because the location of the other, where the feed is located, I walk past there, I can understand moving equipment. And if you had to move it somewhere else, your road structure would probably cause more harm than planting it where it is. So I'm a yes.
Dave?
I'll say yes.
Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, it's not going to change anything.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes, noting too that there are other feedlots in the area. Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? Barry?
No.
Rob?
I don't believe economics are involved in it at all.
Are you a yes or no?
Yes.
Dan?
I'm a yes. We didn't talk about economics or anything like that or cost. So.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. What are the results of the findings?
Madam Chair, all of the 7 questions were answered affirmative, yes.
Okay. Can I get a motion to grant based on the findings?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that, based upon the findings, that the variance request is approved.
Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
George? Okay. Motion was made by Barry and seconded by George. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say sign. Motion passed. Okay. Do I have to roll call those? Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, can we do a roll call quick on that motion? Okay, motion to approve, guys. Barry, yes or no?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, moving on. Our second agenda item, to consider requests from Corey and Katrina Koenig, South Haven, Minnesota, from section 10.211, Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance number 439, to construct a 10-foot by 28 dwelling addition, 197 feet from the OHWL on Linden Lake. Said ordinance requires structures to be located at a minimum 200 feet landward of the OHWL of a lake classified natural environment. The affected property is north 400 feet of Government Lot 1, Section 19, Linden Township. Property's address is 16182 Fifth Avenue, South Haven, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion that occurred? Barry.
Yes, no discussion.
Rob.
Yes, no discussion.
George.
No.
I'm a yes and no discussion. Dan.
Yes and no discussion.
Dave.
Did not visit.
Staff report and any correspondence received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some background on the property. The applicants acquired the property in 2022, and the tract is approximately 12.13 acres. According to assessor records, it is zoned A40 and in the shoreland overlay district of Linden Lake, which is classified as a natural environment lake. Some history, in 2011, a previous owner submitted an application to replace a manufactured home with a 28 by 40 dwelling and deck. At the time, the construction site permit issued by this department listed the proposed home at 207 feet from the ordinary high of Linden Lake. In 2012, Linden Township issued a permit for a 28 by 36 detached accessory structure. The property owner at the time attached the shed to the dwelling as a garage. There's no county permit on file for this structure, but it meets minimum setbacks, and the applicant has agreed to correct the issue by applying for an after-the-fact construction site permit. The septic system on site was inspected and certified compliant in 2024. The owners would like to construct a 10-foot by 28-foot addition lakeward of the existing dwelling. Based on the previous construction site inspection, an addition extending 10 feet lakeward of the house would place the addition 197 feet from the OHWL of Linden Lake. This is a 1.5% deviation from the setback standard. Impervious lot coverage is not a part of this request, and some alternatives would be to construct the addition 7 feet lakeward of the dwelling to meet the 200-foot lake setback, or build the addition on a different side of the house away from the lake, or the applicant has indicated the intent to reconstruct the dwelling. They could relocate the dwelling in a manner that allows a 10-foot addition to meet the 200-foot lake setback. Linden Township, the Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And again, just to go over the alternatives, they could construct that addition 7 feet lakeward of the dwelling to meet that 200-foot setback, or when the house, build the addition on a different side of the house, or they could, when they reconstruct the home, build it in a manner that they can add that 10-foot addition without encroaching on that 200-foot setback. And that is all I have.
Applicants, please provide your name and address for the record, and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
Corey Koenig, 16182 Fifth Avenue, South Haven, Minnesota 55382. We just, with the lay of the land and the existing deck there, it slopes way down on the deck side of the house, so it'd be bringing in a lot of fill and stuff, and the construction of this 10-foot out, it's going to be a 4-season porch, so there will be no digging or removal of dirt underneath it, so the hill and the natural slope on the backside will still be there. It'll just be 3 pillars drilled into the ground on the outer edge of it for support.
Katrina, I'll have you state your name and address for the record, please.
Katrina Koenig. I'm sorry, I don't have the address on mine yet. 16182 Fifth Avenue, South Haven.
Do any board members have any questions or clarification?
Madam Chair, I have questions, either staff or the applicants. When you say when you mentioned reconstructing the home. What does that mean? Are you planning on redoing the whole house? or-
We have been discussing the existing house that's there. It's a mobile home. The roof is leaking. It's very old. The walls are starting to come apart. And you can see where it's a double wide and where it fuses together. The walls are settling, the supports are breaking. So we are considering about taking that out, and where the house is now, the exact same size location with the sewer and the water lines and everything are right there. Just building a home the same exact size as what's there, right in that existing spot.
With a basement. With a basement though, underneath it.
That's for another day.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff on the, we're talking about 3 feet. That's what we're looking in here from the, on that point over there. Looking at that lake, I don't know when the last time the water was up that high. I know it's designated over there. This would be a difficult one for me to think that that's a, and how you would measure that. I think there's a, and tell me, maybe explain the process a little bit on that, because we're looking at 1.5% deviation on 200 feet here.
Madam Chair, Member Ray, I wasn't out there when Rob walked through the cattails to find the ordinary high.
Okay.
He established a setback of 207 feet to the, what is now the existing dwelling. And because it's a permit that we issued, we're going to honor that setback for this. We didn't require the applicant get a survey to determine what the ordinary high was. And I didn't go tromping through the wetland to find where that ordinary high was, in case I deviated left or right a little bit and I didn't get to the same spot that Rob got to when he did the inspection. So we're honoring a previous permit when it comes to that for that setback. So that's in your packets towards the back. I've got that inspection report on there with the setback on the top. So
I just have a question for applicants. Why do you feel like you just can't meet the setback?
Rather than just the 7 feet and puts us right at the 200, the 10 foot, a little bit more room for gathering with people. If we want to have a few people in the Four Season porch with family get-togethers and whatnot, they're just that extra, that I know it's only 3 feet, but the extra 3 feet would help with that aspect of it.
And why do you feel it needs to be in that location and not somewhere else?
Just the way the land is in the front of the house where the deck is, it slopes way down. On the back side of the house, that's where the sewer and septic system is already. And then on the front side, you got the garage there. And on that back side there, on that hill, it's flat. It'd be ideal for right there with just drilling the 3 posts in on the edge rather than moving the deck and bringing in a bunch of fill to build that side of the deck up so that it would meet up with the house that is existing.
Having the deck level with the house doesn't involve necessarily bringing fill in. It's just longer supports.
Yeah, and then we also, with the deck that's there, there's a front door that leads out of the living room onto that deck. It's a deck that was constructed only like 5 years ago, and we don't really want to take that deck down because that's in the evenings, you got the sun right there for the warmth and stuff. And then on the back side of the house also, for the Four Season porch, just the view out the back side of that house over the wetlands and the trees off in the distance, and you see wildlife and stuff. It'd just be nice to sit in that Four Season porch and watch the wildlife and enjoy that view of the natural habitat out there.
But you can still do that meeting the setback. Agreed?
Yeah, we could still do that without the setback. We could go the 7 foot. But like I stated, we just would like to have that 10 foot for the room.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. The deck that's on the house, was that permitted or varianced or conforming or non-conforming or?
Madam Chair, Member Schwagel, we have the deck on the original permit from
Okay.
2011.
A question for applicant. I'm a little bit confused. You say the structure is in terrible shape, and you're thinking about rebuilding, yet you're in here asking for a variance. I'm confused about that. Seems like counter.
If we do build, we'd put the four-season porch onto the new house, and we just want that we'd like to have that four-season porch on that back side so that we have a nice place to sit and view the view out back. And then even with if we do a new house there, on that front side, we would like to keep the existing deck where it's at because of the sloped hill going down, and that's kind of why we asked for the variance for the 3 foot.
I didn't visit the site, so is this porch, four-season porch you refer to, isn't it integrated into the existing house? You can just cut the rest of the house away and put a new house and connect it?
There is no four-season porch on the house right now, no.
Okay, I guess I'm confused about where it is.
That's what they want to put on.
We would like to put a four-season porch
okay.
on the house.
I got you. I thought it was just the deck. It's a four-season porch. Okay.
But if you went off the northeast corner of the house, you can make that four-season porch as big as you wanted. It would meet the 200-foot setback.
On
and you would still be able to look at the lake and to the northeast. You'd be able to look southeast and northeast. And you wouldn't have a problem with the setback at all.
On the backside there where the light is?
Yes.
That is where the sewer is, the existing sewer is right now.
Can you point on the map with the pointer, please?
Right back there is where the sewer and septic system is.
Questions for applicants. Now, you guys said that you may be looking at building in the future. What does a time frame look like at that point? Are we talking 5 years, 10 years, 1 year?
We actually discussed that possibly this summer or next summer. We're not real sure yet.
Would it make sense that if you're going to construct a new home that maybe you'd want to revisit and look at placing the deck somewhere else? If you're going to be redoing, to me, it just doesn't make sense to build something and then take something apart and then build something again when you can do it all in one shot.
Yeah, my stepbrother constructs houses, and he'd be the one that does it. And he looked at the deck and the house that's there now. The deck is not attached to the house; it's a freestanding deck. So, in order to build the new house and remove this one, we wouldn't have to touch the deck. The deck could stay exactly where it's at, and he could build the house up to the deck and remove the existing house without damaging the deck.
What if you're making your building plans and you're like, oh, this would look really cool, this would be really great to do, and you totally just change your mind on this whole thing?
We've went over it quite a few times, and we do have a rough draft of the new house with the four-season porch on, and we went over it with my stepbrother who would be building it, and we have it constructed, a rough construction of exactly what we were looking for and how we want the layout of the house to be in construction, and we've talked about it for a while, and we don't see any plans to change any of our ideas that we have for the new house. The only exception would be with the four-season porch, whether it's 7 foot out or 10 foot out.
Question, when you're doing the construction, and it does seem like it's not cost efficient to be building it the way it's being proposed, but to be in compliance, and you're going to be doing complete new construction, could you live with it 7 feet now, and when you're doing the building, you'd have the size room, it might even be bigger?
Yeah, we could definitely do the 7 foot, just make it the 7 foot, and then with the new construction, or if we decide to do the new construction this year yet, when we do that, we could do the 7 foot to meet the 200 foot, and then we could possibly extend the other way with the house itself. The only drawback to that was on the other side where the deck is, removing the deck completely and then shifting everything, because then there is a big maple tree that is close to the deck within like 2-3 feet of the deck, and that tree's been there for as long as I can remember growing up, and I don't really want to take that tree away, and I believe if I moved down that way, I would have to remove that tree and possibly a couple other trees that are in the yard.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. Refresh my memory. Setbacks from a septic, 10 feet?
Madam Chair, Member Schwagel, from the tank is 10 feet, from the drain field is 20 feet for a dwelling.
Which way does your drain field run? To the
Right.
northeast or to the
It runs to the northwest is the drain field, and I believe on what I found for the paperwork on the septic, right now the septic is 11-foot setback from the house, and the drain field is, I believe, 25, or it's right at that, pretty much that minimum setback of what it can be.
I'm kind of looking ahead to if you did the 4-season porch off the northeast corner, where would that be to the tanks? Are the tanks located farther to the northwest, or are they farther north? To the southeast, or?
They are off the northeast corner of the house. They are they're that 10 foot off the corner there.
Do any of the board members have any questions or clarification for staff or applicant?
Madam Chair, I have just one statement. Go ahead. When you look at the Minnesota DNR website for a natural environment lake, it's referred to as smaller, often shallow lakes with limited capacity to absorb the impacts of development and recreational use. And that's what the lake is.
Board members have any more questions or clarifications?
Madam Chair, Member Schwagel, we're pulling up the septic install here from when it was put in with the
Was it in
setbacks.
there? Okay. Let me go back.
Member Schwagel, it isn't in your packet. This is just coming up on, I pulled this up online.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so you can
It
look at
looked
the
like one
screen.
of the drawings that was in here. Okay, so it's not on the northeast corner. The house is how wide? You're at least halfway to the northwest of the house. So if your house is 28 feet wide, you're already 14 feet up from your sewer lines, from your septic lines there.
Madam Chair, comment, so if the screened-in porch was put on that end, would it require a variance permit?
Madam Chair, Member Ray, we would have to verify the setback to the tank and make sure that that is accurate because.
I'm seeing 17 feet.
Correct, but that was likely the manufactured home that was replaced with the double wide. Looking at, I was just looking for the dates on there to see which house it was, if it was done before or after the home was replaced. Because I've got a 2011 date on both the septic install and the installation of the home as it sits now, the dwelling as that's out there. So we'd have to verify that, but if there is 17 feet, they could, in theory, add 10 feet onto that side of the house and still meet that setback.
Madam Chair, question for applicant. Is that an option if available to move it?
Yeah, if we could make that option work. Like, I didn't know what the actual setback from the house to where the septic is. I wasn't sure on that because that was done by my father, and the only thing that I found was I didn't have any schematics of how far back it was set. I just had the schematics of kind of where it was and how big it was.
Are there any other questions? Angie, do you need a minute? Okay. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to close.
And a second.
Second.
Rob and Dave.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion? All right. At this time, I will close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say sign. The public hearing is closed. We will proceed to the finding of facts. All right. The proposed use is allowed in zoning district in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, it's an Ag 40.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls, any related ordinances. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no. It doesn't go with the ordinances for the setback on a natural environmental lake.
George?
No.
Dan?
I'm a no. I agree that there's options here.
Dave?
I'm,
Do you want me to circle
I guess
back?
I'm going to say yes. I mean, 3 feet is minimal variance from the setback requirements.
Dave's a yes, and I am a no. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Yes or no? Barry?
No.
Rob?
I'm going to say no under Lakeshore Living Policies 1 and 2. Limit the impact of additional shoreland development, and granted it's small, but the county and the state have drawn the line at 200 feet.
George?
No.
Dan? No. Dave?
Technically, no.
And I'm also a no. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, a 4-season porch is reasonable.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner. Yes or no? Barry?
No.
Rob?
No, they have options.
George?
No, there are options.
Dan?
No.
Dave?
No.
And I'm also a no. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, it won't change the neighborhood.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? Barry?
No.
Rob?
Economics isn't part of the equation, so no.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, I talked about the need for it is to get the view.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes.
Madam Chair, can I change mine to a yes?
Yes.
Can I change mine to a yes too, with clarification?
All right. Can we change Rob and Barry's to a yes, please?
Yes.
All right. Staff, what are the results of the finding?
Madam Chair, we have 3 questions voting no.
Okay. Can I get a motion to deny based on the findings of facts?
I'll move to deny the variance.
George, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dan. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. Barry?
It's a vote no.
To deny.
Oh, to deny.
Deny.
I'm sorry. Yes, to deny.
Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
No.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. All those in favor to deny, say aye. Oh, opposed, say no. Motion pass, or motion fails, sorry.
All right, you're doing fine.
It's because it was on the next page. All right. Any questions, you guys can talk to staff. Okay, our third agenda item tonight is to consider an after-the-fact request from Mitchell and Aaron Cannon, a Gray Eagle, from sections 999A, 10.18B, and 10.211A of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439. A, to leave as constructed a 26 by 40 residential dwelling with a low floor elevation of 1,180, whatever, 0.03 feet, and a finished fill elevation lower than 1 foot below the regulatory flood protection evaluation. B is to construct a new 28 by 32 foot residential accessory structure 27.2 feet from the ordinary high level water level and within the shore impact zone on Little Birch Lake. And C, to leave as constructed a 24-foot by 28-foot accessory structure less than 10 feet from a side property line, 32.16 feet from the OHWL and within the SIZ of Little Birch Lake. The affected property is Lot 14, Block 1 of Breezeway Shore, Section 36, T123 North, Munson Township. Property address is 21161 Elkview Circle, Richmond, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site, and were there any discussions that occurred? Barry?
Yes, I was able to visit the site, and I was approached by a neighbor that expressed his support for the adjustment and went to the length of saying he would be happy he would be here this evening. Otherwise, he's available by telephone if you have any questions.
Okay, Rob?
Yes, and I spoke with Mitchell.
George?
No.
I'm a yes, no discussion. Dan?
Yes, and I spoke with Mr. Cannon.
Dave?
Yes, and I spoke to Mr. Cannon also.
Okay, staff report and any correspondence received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had some correspondence that was shared with the board as late as this afternoon. We did get a last-minute comment from the DNR that should have been shared with you in an email. And if that is something that you need me to go over, I can go over that. Otherwise, everybody should have a copy of that.
Madam Chair, if I could ask, just for clarification on that, I did see that. I was a little confused as to exactly what they were objecting to, or they were recommended denying the variance. I'm assuming they were talking about the crawl space underneath the home as being the floodplain issue, but it wasn't clear to me what the DNR was specifically objecting to about. There's a lot going on this property, and I was wondering if you can clarify that at all?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Member Bentrude, the response from Seal Strauss, floodplain manager with the DNR, was in reference to the lowest floor of the structure being below the regulatory flood protection elevation. So that's what the request A is on the staff report that we'll go through here momentarily. And in her comment here, she's recommending a denial of that request. And then she's got reference to Minnesota Rule 6120.600.
I understand. But again, their opinion is based primarily or strictly on the basement or the crawl space area.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so with that, I will move forward with some background on the property. The applicants acquired the property in 2017, and the tract is approximately 18,886 square feet, according to the certificate of survey provided by the applicant. The property is zoned R1. Some history: in 1993, the 26 by 40 dwelling was permitted with a crawl space and was constructed with a valid permit. An elevation certification form was completed by a licensed surveyor and submitted by the property owner, stating the lowest floor elevation was 1187.65 NGVD 29. And the flood protection elevation was listed as 1185.72 in that same datum. A recent survey submitted by the applicant shows the lowest floor is 2.07 feet below the regulatory flood protection elevation. In 1995, a permit was applied for and issued for an 18 by 24 detached garage. The garage was built to 24 by 28, making it unpermitted and non-conforming. 2024, the applicant submitted a survey for review by staff which indicated the ordinary high water level of Little Birch Lake extends landward along the south property line. It was previously believed by former staff that this area was wetland and not below the ordinary high of Little Birch Lake. Proposed, the applicant wishes to resolve the non-complying low floor and fill elevations of the 26 by 40 dwelling by obtaining a variance. The applicant also wishes, letter B, the applicant wishes to construct a new 28 by 32 garage, 27.2 feet from the ordinary high and in the shore impact zone of Little Birch Lake. Item C, if the proposed 28 by 32 garage, letter B, is denied, the applicant wishes to retain the existing garage that was constructed larger than permitted and discovered to be closer than the required 100-foot ordinary high setback and in the shore impact zone. And I will note it does not meet the side yard setback either because it was built larger, so it's not a legal non-conforming structure. A note that the applicant has entered into an agreement with Stearns County to bring into compliance the existing garage, the 2 decks attached to the dwelling, a detached deck near the water, a water-oriented accessory structure too close to the property line, and a sand blanket in the floodplain. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Little Birch Lake, classified as recreational development. Little Birch is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The existing impervious lot coverage is 26.24%. The proposed impervious lot coverage is 18.66%. The subsurface sewage treatment system was inspected in 2024 and determined to be compliant. Some alternatives for the dwelling. Item A, apply for a conditional use permit to flood-proof the dwelling using alternative methods. This method would require an engineered plan and potential modifications to the foundation. Also for the dwelling, fill the crawl space to an elevation of 1187.1 in the NAVD 88 datum, and the surrounding grade extending 15 feet from the foundation to an elevation of 1186.1. Also, a shoreland site assessment was conducted on the site for the purpose of mitigation. Melrose Township, Sauk River Watershed District, the Little Birch Lake Improvement Association, and the Department of Natural Resources, along with property owners within 500 feet, have been notified of this request. Alternatives and recommendations. Grant or deny the variance based on the findings of fact, or apply for a conditional use permit to floodproof the dwelling using alternative methods, or fill the crawl space and raise the surrounding grade to meet the elevation standards. If the variance request for the new accessory structure, item B, is approved, staff advise the board to deny the variance for the existing accessory structure, item C, as the applicant wishes to have one or the other. If the variances are granted and after the fact construction site permit is required, and that would be for the existing garage. If the variances are denied, the department will work with the applicant towards achieving compliance. Again, we have that compliance agreement with the applicant. And then if the variances are granted, board members can subsequently make a motion to require mitigation as determined by the department. This is not a negotiation between the board and the applicants, but something that's determined by staff as we've laid out in our mitigation policy. So that is all that I have.
All right, applicant, please provide your name and address for the record and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
Good evening. My name is Mitchell Cannon. Address is 44474 Birchleaf Road, Gray Eagle, Minnesota. And so the comments I guess I would put into is the initial. I mean, it seems as it's grown to what originally it started as. The existing garage needs to be replaced or it needs a major upgrade. We noted it when we bought the property. So I reached out to the county asking what I could do as far as, originally was I have to meet a 100-foot setback from the east of my property, the open water. And through that I got a variance, and then it's grown to, which the variance proved or showed that the south side of my property, like Brian has stated, is below the ordinary high water. So that brought into the, I can meet a 100-foot setback from the lake, but just to meet a 100-foot setback from the south, I think it puts it way up on the north side of my property line. And then just the house as is, I acquired it as is. It's been waterproof. There's 2 sump pump baskets in it, and we've never had water in it. And I guess that's just my, and I've entered into all agreements as far as bringing everything as far as non-compliant decks that the previous owner has built on the house, close to the lake. Everything I've agreed to, bring it into compliance. Besides what I'm requesting for variance.
Do any board members have any questions or clarifications?
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. In the report, it says there's alternative methods that would require an engineered plan. Roughly, what would that entail? Waterproofing the foundation or drain tiling it? I believe there's drain tile in already.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Member Schwegel, the alternative flood proofing methods are based off of building code standards for floodplain areas, and we leave that up to engineers to design those because I'm not a building code official. That's a plan to be designed by an engineer and then approved at a planning commission meeting as a conditional use permit. So yes, you're right. There's some wet flood proofing. There's some dry flood proofing. It does have to do with bringing some or all of the utilities up above that floodplain elevation. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just waterproofing the foundation or installing drain tile. But it is it's possible on structures, and we've seen that in the past. So. Yeah, I can't speak to the exact practices that would be applicable here.
And I have a question for the applicant. Did you reach out to any engineering firms or to ask in vague terms what that would involve?
I mean, to the degree of I've spoken with Brian to try to get clarity, and there's 2 parts that I from what I understand, I might be compliant. Answer is no. I should preface that. No, I haven't spoken to engineer specifically, and part of that is to try to understand what I'm actually being held to as far as that standard goes. And so, as Brian said, is that there's flood proofing, waterproofing, and I think it has to comply with the state building code. And then another item is that the utilities need to be brought up to above the regulatory floodplain or allow water to flow into them or flow out of it. So part of that was asking clarification, and I got hung up on the sense of if I'm physically required to lift my utilities, maybe as I haven't stated, as my furnace, my electrical, my water pump, my water softener, everything is in that crawl space. And so to raise that up, I couldn't have my utilities potentially. I wouldn't have be able to have my utilities in the basement, I guess. And then there was some other degree of potentially having to the foundation might have to allow water to come in and flow out of it. So, and that was another discussion of am I making a huge alteration and pulling the fill out from around the house and excavating around the house to allow water to flow, put an actual hole through my foundation to allow water to flow in and have a check valve or, screen to allow the water to flow out is to the degree that I've learned on it. And, in the sense it seems like a potential massive, it's not just, in my opinion, it's not just, it sounds like it could be more invasive than just waterproofing the structure, and it'd be seeking serious alternatives, which I've considered is somehow rerouting all my utilities, rerouting HVAC, electrical, everything, and somehow making it live in my main floor, which is utilizing one of my 2 bedrooms in my house, which as a 1,000 square foot or 1,100 square foot house doesn't. That's kind of crucial square footage, I guess, as is.
It sounds like you need 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, we do have one. We have a 4-year-old as well that's not here, so.
Question for applicant, did you know any of this when you got this property?
Not at all. I had no idea. No, and like I said, it originally started from just, to the point where the existing garage needs to be seriously upgraded probably as it sits below grade, and there's even some push in on the sides of the foundation from ice and stuff. And so it was looking to just build a new detached garage. That's what we budgeted for, and it's grown to potentially, large project just to keep the house compliant or make the house compliant, which was not in the cards, not known at all, I should say.
Just a question. Is this your forever home?
The neighborhood it's like 6 houses away from my wife's parents. So my wife's grew up in that house and their parents still live there. So it's been perfect for us for, being close to grandma and grandpa, and we love the property. Just in general, like I said, we're thinking about what it's going to look like without the decks and without the deck close to the lake. Obviously, we enjoy that, but we understand there's, stipulations to be met. So it could potentially be, if you ask my wife, yes, she would love to make it her forever home. So.
Madam Chair, probably a comment to the staff. After reading the DNR recommendations in their letter, first of all, I don't find it just compelling to give us a stat. We could find that on that. So they haven't been there. They just gave a statute is all they did, and just.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, Member Ray, yes, that's a state rule reference for shoreline management.
Yeah.
Correct. They don't need to visit the property in order to see that the elevation isn't met.
They just go ahead and just send out what the statute is and.
Right, and indicate that it doesn't meet the requirements, and they're recommending denial.
Yeah, well, they're actually saying no variance will be they say no variance shall provide for a lesser degree of flood protection, so.
That's what they're encouraging you to consider.
Okay.
Do any of the board members have any more questions or clarifications?
I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah,
Quite honestly, it's like looking at this. The only way to correct it is to lift the house up and completely redo it.
Yeah, and then you bring in questions of foundation are the footings going to support that? Are there 30-year-old footings, and is that I'm aware of the potential of if that's deemed necessity or deemed what needs to be done. But
Madam Chair, just a question that I have for the applicant. I'm Angie Berg, Environmental Services. I work with Brian. Have you, maybe you all talked about this, but have you had a conversation with your insurance agent about what granting this variance would mean to your property?
I mean, we already pay flood insurance for our dwelling. We do pay flood insurance on. I have not spoken to understand how we do have, existing flood insurance for the property, as I believe in the floodplain map, part of my, maybe like the corner of the house or corner of the lot shows in the floodplain. So when I purchased it, I was required to obtain flood insurance.
Okay.
I believe it's through FEMA, I believe.
Yeah, they're federally backed by FEMA. The reason I ask too is because if the Board of Adjustment does grant the variance contrary to DNR's recommendation, there is, on the variance, has to be language stated that this could be very expensive over the long term to have flood insurance. There's actually a paragraph that we have to put on the variance that gets recorded. So just having a conversation about that, I don't know to what extent that was discussed.
Yeah, I had not been aware of that.
I want to make sure I have this straight in my head. You came to us, or came to the county. This is only my second meeting, I apologize. I'm learning, and it's like drinking from a fire hose, but that's okay, it's all good. You had a garage to go, I want to replace it, and I'm going to move my new garage further away from the shoreline.
Yep, the open water
The open
east,
water.
Yeah.
So you would be decreasing the potential of that garage getting water.
Well, I guess in theory, if you say the existing garage is, I think it's on the west side of my property, so in theory, I'd be encroaching closer, but I would, if from the east side of my property, I believe the edge of my new proposed is 117 feet or 111 feet. So in theory, I'm moving it closer, but, you know, it's still within the recommended setback from the open high water.
Okay.
And so what was deemed is that on the south side of my property, there's elevations that are below the regulatory floodplain elevation, so I have to, and be 100-foot setback from the south side and the open water on the east side. In just the nature, on the north, so I have, if you went 100 feet from the south side of my property, I believe they drew just a small note right up on the top. It puts me within like 10 feet of the north edge of my property line, where I could potentially meet both the setback from the wetland on the south side and the open water on the east side.
And the current garage isn't compliant. There was no permit, correct?
And the current garage was built by the previous owner, from what I understand, too big from what it was permitted, and it encroaches the west property line. It's within that 10-foot setback of the west property line. And as you can see on my existing, my neighbor built a shed right south of my property, I believe in 2009. And the existing garage and his garage, I believe the previous owner said that they built that garage to hide their view from my existing garage, just because it needs some upgrades, basically. And so I guess in general, there's no good turnaround in the neighborhood down there. It's a dead-end road, and so I've had propane trucks and Stearns County, they utilize the north side of my garage to kind of turn around and back up, and I've had multiple times where trucks have backed into my mound, the side hill of my mound, and I've had to basically go in and repair that mound. So my intent was to pull it off of the west property line, but still meet the 100-foot setback of the open water, I'm going to say, to the east. I think it allows me, 50 foot off of the road. So in theory, that should help the neighborhood, the flow, the congestion, if we do get large trucks down in there.
I understand. I was there. Yes, the turnaround is a challenge.
Yep. Yeah.
And the DNR is saying don't, deny the adjustment. Do you have to tear the garage down, or can you repair it? And I mean, what are options?
Madam Chair, Member Kirchhoff, so the DNR isn't commenting on the garage location. Their comment is related to the elevation.
Just into the elevation, that's correct. Sorry.
House, yeah, and I the goal is to create a, request a variance to just keep my house as is, as it's been for 30 years. Part of the variances that I'm requesting, just to keep it as is, as built, but I would like to build a new garage in that location, I guess, as shown.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It begs the question, what does the DNR think this person is supposed to do? Just abandon the property and leave? I mean, it's kind of, there's more to this situation than just looking at the elevations and everything.
Yeah, it's rather frustrating at this point.
It
It's been
is.
here for 30 years as you look at this, and we are a variance board. So you can't.
Yeah, we can do, we don't need to listen to the DNR.
Well, and
That's the bottom line.
I don't know, visiting the neighborhood, I agree with the turnaround, but you go in there, it is a lot of pride in that neighborhood, and everything is well kept. It's a very nice lake location. You're right. That's why we're here tonight, correct?
Madam Chair, members, no, you don't have to listen to the DNR. You haven't before. When you get to the purpose and intent of the official controls related to the structure, it's for flood management purposes. It's to protect the structure and human, life and safety. So the one thing that I will say is that if Stearns County continues to grant variances for elevation, everybody in Stearns County who has flood insurance is going to start paying a higher rate, including Mr. Cannon and others, people in St. Cloud, people in the river, everywhere. So it's a mark against the county or a city whenever this happens. So yes, you have the option to grant relief. That's why you exist. Just know what you're doing when that happens. We don't take these situations lightly either. We understand this wasn't created by the landowner, and you also know that that is not a finding. That is not a valid finding. And so it gets difficult when someone applies for a variance to do something new, and we have to look at everything on the property for compliance, including this elevation issue. There is no easy, cheap answer. An easy answer would be doing conditional use permit for alternative method. That would not be the cheapest option for this property, but it is an option that people have done. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, I got clarification, Angie. He could still rebuild the shed in the existing, right?
Madam Chair, not with the outstanding violation of the elevation of the home.
Okay.
Because as you've seen over the years, somebody applies to do something new and there's a non-compliant issue, that non-compliant issue has to be corrected or a variance granted from it before something new can be permitted.
Let me ask you this, and I'm sure it's a matter of staffing, but if I was going to buy a lakeshore lot, could I contact Environmental Services and say, I'm looking at buying this, can you tell me if it's compliant?
Yes.
Would you go out there and say, this deck's not compliant and that garage is too close to the property line and that kind of stuff?
Most of the time what we would recommend, Mr. Schwagel, is we would look at the aerial, right, and we would look at setbacks. That's an easy one. We would say, you know what, you probably should get a certificate of survey, and a lot of times that's in the purchase agreements now anyway. What we wouldn't be able to do, because this is a private industry, is go shoot the elevations of the crawl space.
Right.
They wouldn't have known that unless they would have had that done for maybe flood purposes, flood insurance, or the mortgage, things like that.
But Environmental Services could at least prevent a lot of these.
We try when we're contacted.
If people contacted you before they bought the property or during the process.
Yes, and no fault on Mr. Cannon, that not everybody does that. And so here you are.
Angie, maybe I'm just being a little thick on this, what you said, but I need to track a little bit better. You know, Mitch bought this property as is. He didn't build it this way. He has flood insurance. So how does us denying the variance request, or I should say approving the variance, somehow make a mark against Stearns County and other properties? I don't understand that clearly.
Right, Mr. Chair, because our program does get audited, and FEMA does look at, are we following up on permits to A, make sure they get an elevation certification, and then B, are they meeting that certification? The idea is if the variance is granted, because now we know that there's an elevation issue, if the variance is granted and the structure floods, the public is now paying to subsidize the insurance policy for this property owner to maybe have new utilities or a new furnace or new foundation installed. It's a subsidy. FEMA highly subsidizes flood insurance for properties, and that it's not just Minnesota, it's also when there's a hurricane in New Orleans, flood insurance rates go up all over the United States because it's a subsidy.
Okay, I mean, I can understand that, but to be honest with you, I'm like, this is not a big house, and to move those utilities out of that area, we're, I would say, significantly reducing the value of the home, the livable square footage. I mean, we're potentially creating a really economic hardship for this family by what we might be requiring them to do if we deny this variance. I just a comment for what it's worth, but I'm struggling with this one.
We all are.
So I have a question for staff. So if we, is an option for the residents to, if they have to move the utilities from underneath to build onto this house, would they need a variance to do that?
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, if they were to, let's say they raised the floor and added block to make a full basement, but then met the elevation. Because this is a legal non-conforming structure, any modification of that structure would require a variance. However, they would then be meeting that flood protection elevation, and potentially, I mean, it's possible they could add a second story, you know, have a basement and maybe increase the square footage, or they could potentially add an addition out the west side. I'm not saying that these are recommended alternatives, but anything that they would do to that structure would require a variance. And if it's to alleviate the flood protection elevation situation, that, I mean, that's up to the board to make the decision of what, you know, what carries more weight.
Nick.
And one other, I guess, probably the right time to bring it to attention. And one question I've talked with Brian is, if we look at the history of 1993, the previous owner, it was notated that the regulatory flood protection elevation listed at the time it was built is 1185.72 or 1185.72. I've asked if that was indeed, you know, the regulatory floodplain at that time. If it was at that time, my house is currently sitting at 1185.1. I couldn't, and I'm being held to a standard of 1187.1, which is existing as of today, and I believe it went in place as of 2012. So I guess just wanted to bring it out there is what if I had, you know, what is the 1185.72 notated at the time of the house was built? Would I be held to that standard, or I'm held to a standard that was developed in 2012 of 1187.1?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we researched these elevations as staff, and we looked back at the 1979 flood map. Little Birch Lake was not listed on the 1979 flood map, and the policy at the time was to use an elevation that was 3 feet higher than the highest known elevation for that lake. That would have put in the NGVD datum the low floor at 1188 and some change. The elevations that are on the elevation certification form that was accepted by the department in 1993 don't correlate to anything that we can make a connection to on the existing certificate of survey. I don't know where those numbers came from. We can't find where that provided regulatory flood protection elevation came from. It doesn't match with our policy at the time. And if it was provided by the Department of Natural Resources, which is possible, we don't see any notation of that. But that elevation is 36/100ths higher than the highest known of Little Birch Lake at the time. So the highest known was at 1185.36. So 3 feet higher than that would have been 1188.36, not 1185.72. So was it a mistake by the surveyor at the time? We don't know. Was it a mistake by staff at the time? We don't know. What I can tell you is the numbers that we have from historical data and the numbers that we have on the current certificate of survey show that the house was built and the lowest floor, which is the crawl space, is 2 feet below the regulatory flood protection elevation. And that's the information that we have to move forward with, because that's the information that FEMA is going to hold us to. That's the information that the Department of Natural Resources is going to hold us to. And that's the information that is being requested here tonight.
So for him to be compliant, he'd have to raise his house up and that floor, the crawl space, I call it our crawl space, at least 2 feet up, right? Maybe 3.
I think it was 2.07. It's in the staff report here.
Correct, yeah, it's
Yeah,
two.
I just want to
2
keep it
Yep.
simple for me because I'm a simple guy.
Just to clarify, he could build it and potentially have a 2-story house. Granted, he'd have to,
Variance request, but yes, that's an alternative.
is that something that you've thought of? To maybe,
I mean, if you speak long-term, but, forever home potentially, but it's not at all in the
not in the
fiscal
budget
card right now
right now.
to do that. And that's assuming that I can utilize the same footings to support a second story. And even with that, again, it's you're doing adjustments to you're splicing all your wires, you're rerouting, all your utilities as well,
You want to find the guy that sold you this and do something.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
No, I understand. Yeah, it's unique, certainly.
do any of the board members have any questions or clarifications from staff or applicant?
I did have one for staff. In your alternative and recommended conditions, can you explain item 6?
As soon as I find it.
Mitigation.
Oh, yeah, the mitigation. Madam Chair, Member Ray, when we have requests that exist within the shore impact zone, we automatically send them through the shoreline assessment. And we have a shoreline staff go out, visit the site, take a look at the site, and determine how it scores with the shoreline assessment tool. When those scores come in, then we create, we have recommendations, and I think that was in the packet, the shoreline assessment. And there's recommendations by our shoreline staff as to what could be done on the property if mitigation were to be recommended. So item 6 is just speaking to, we've already explored that. The applicant has talked about that with our staff. And if that's the direction that, if the board chooses that mitigation is required, that we're prepared as staff to help the applicant through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Member Ray, so a little bit different than Planning Commission. When you talk about the conditions, at the same time you're talking about the denial or approval. With the Board of Adjustment, the criteria, the statutory criteria first have to be met in order to either approve, and then if that's met, then the board can decide if you want to add mitigation. It's not done in conjunction with. That's why it's worded differently.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there any more questions from the board? Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd move to close the public hearing.
Okay, and can I get a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, if none, close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same side. The public hearing is closed. We will proceed to the findings. How do you guys want to do these?
Madam Chair, I would recommend doing the dwelling first. That should be the to leave
dwelling
as,
to
yep,
construct.
to leave as constructed, and then go to the proposed shed. And if the proposed shed is denied, then determine if the existing shed can stay. If the proposed shed is approved, then again, returning back to the staff report, staff recommend denial of the existing shed because the applicant wishes to only have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you, so we want to do the after the fact first?
Start with the after the fact for the house.
Which one is the house?
It's A.
It's not marked on here as.
They're not marked.
It doesn't need to be, Madam Chair, you can
Okay.
just choose to do A first, which is the
Okay,
home. And then just reminding members to, A through D are the statutory criteria for after-the-fact variances. So you can use answers in A through D in your questions. So remember that, because that could be important for which direction some of these questions go.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the after fact. To leave as constructed, a 26 by 40 residential dwelling with a low floor elevation, 118,503 feet, NAVD 88N, finished fill elevation lower than 1 foot below the regulatory flood protection elevation. Okay. So number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no, Barry?
No.
Rob?
I'm going to say yes, a house is allowed in an R1 zoning district. We're not getting into the particulars yet, but I'll say yes.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 2, if the is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls? Rob?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to say no. The purposes are to protect the property.
Barry? Do you want me to circle back?
Please.
Okay. George?
I'm going to say yes, because I don't think the benefits of the county are outweighed by the burden of the owners.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes for the same reason.
Dave?
Yes, I would concur. The applicant's burden is much higher than any benefit to the county.
And I'm also a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? State specifically which goals or objectives are met or not met for the record. Rob?
I'm going to have to say yes under living goals number 2, or correction, number 3, support housing options that give people in all stages of life and all economic means viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes.
Barry?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes with goal number 3.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? George, I'll start with you.
I'm going to say yes. Having a house and using a house is a reasonable use.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Rob?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna say no. They bought the property that way. They own the problems, unfortunately.
Barry? Do you want
I'm
me
gonna go yes.
Do you have a reasoning?
Well, I think that this could be the tip of other properties, the same thing. I don't know. I'm gonna go yes on it.
George?
I'm going to say yes. I think the applicant acted in good faith because they came to the county for a different issue and they know about it, and so they're trying to do what they can to correct the situation.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes. I think he's very honest in his answer. They didn't know about it, and he's also taking care of a lot of other issues on the property. So I'm a yes.
Dave?
Yes, same reason.
And I'm also a yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no? George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna say no. The money is the whole driving force behind bringing it in compliance or not.
Okay. George?
I'm going to say yes. Again, I think if I look at after the facts criteria, again, I don't think the county's benefits are outweighed by the applicant's burden.
Dave?
I'll agree with George, yes.
Dan?
It is an economic thing. It could be fixed with a lot of money, so I would have to say no.
Barry?
I'm gonna go no.
And I'm also a no. Staff, what are the results of the findings?
Madam Chair, we do have one question. Majority no. We need to recommend for the denial.
Okay.
You want to know which one that was, or should we state that for the record?
Yes.
It would have been question number 7. The need for the variance involves more than economic considerations.
Madam Chair, I'm not asking it for anyone to reconsider their vote, but just remember what that question is saying is the only thing that you considered tonight, was it only related to finances and economics? And if it's related to something in addition to economics, then you would say yes, the decision involved more than economics, instead of saying no, it didn't involve economics. So that one can get tricky because it's like a double negative. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that everybody's answer, if you said no, is that you thought that economics was the only thing that was discussed. Madam Chair, I'll let you decide if you want to call for a new vote on that question, or if everybody who said no agrees with their statement.
Do you guys want to redo number 7?
No.
Madam Chair, I'd like to change mine to yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Barry?
Madam Chair, I'll change mine to a yes.
Okay. Rob? No. And George was a yes. I'm not changing mine, and Dave was a yes.
Thank you.
So staff, with a new vote on number 7, is there a change in what the results are of the findings?
Madam Chair, there is. We have all questions in the affirmative.
So now I'm going to ask for a motion to grant.
I'll move to grant the variance for the house.
Okay, motion made by George. I need a second.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Or Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
George?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
And Madam Chair, just as a reminder to Member Ray's point, if you want to add conditions, that now you would discuss that at this time. If you do not want to add conditions for mitigation, then you can move to the next item.
Okay, are there any conditions or mitigations needed? If yes, a motion is needed to approve any conditions or suggested mitigations.
I'd like to add that, to get with an engineer, take a look or talk with the county on any possible mitigations that could be done. Does that need a time frame on that? Okay, I think I confused the staff there.
I'm sorry. Can we get a repeat on that, please?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how the process would work, but I'd like it, if there's some way to remedy to this, there are some pumps in there or whatever it is, or anything like that, could that be revisited?
Madam Chair, Member Ray, to remedy this would be to bring it into compliance. That would be to raise the low floor or a conditional use permit for flood proofing through alternative methods. That's the option. So if you're going to, if that's the wish, then that should have been the vote.
What is the CUP process?
The applicant would have to discuss with an engineer and get a plan drawn to modify that structure to meet the flood proofing standards through alternative methods following the building codes that are established in the state building code. Once they get that plan put together, they can then apply for a conditional use permit with that plan, and then it would go in front of the Planning Commission for consideration. The Planning Commission can make that recommendation, and County Board would then get to vote on it.
And if we just grant the variance as we voted, then nothing has to be done, correct?
Correct.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I was jumping the gun on the condition. Brian corrected me. The condition as far as mitigation for the shoreline assessment would be more related to the garage, not to the cabin. So that's my mistake. Yes.
Strike my comment.
So I do have one more question for staff. We granted the variance, right? If the owners at some point in time would correct the situation, would the variance go away then? How does that work?
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, if the owner wishes to raise the low floor elevation or apply for a conditional use permit, then the variance would no longer be valid because they meet the standard. So, yeah, you're right, that variance, it would be there, it would live on, but it wouldn't apply to
I just
anything.
wanted to make sure
Yeah.
we all knew that and the owners knew that.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, do you guys want to do it after the fact or do a new dwelling?
Well, this is a new dwelling.
For the garage?
Madam Chair, just a question for the applicant. Is your desire to build a whole new garage, correct? Not fix the other one, or is that what's desire as we're looking at two options over here?
Yeah, the desire would be to build a new detached garage and remove the existing, so there would be one detached or accessorial building on the property.
Okay.
And then just to confirm, if that's denied, you'd like us to do an after the fact?
To retain my existing garage, that is correct, as is, yeah.
Okay, so then we're gonna do number B. And that is to construct a new 28-foot by 32-foot residential accessory structure, 27.2 feet from the ordinary high level and within the shore impact zone of Little Birch Lake. Okay. Question number 1. The proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no? George?
Yes, these structures are allowed in this zoning district.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls, any related ordinances, yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a
Do you
reason.
get a reason? Does anyone have any input on why?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say living goals number 3, support housing options that give people all life stages, all economic means, et cetera, et cetera.
So, Madam Chair, George, that's a really great one for the next question. We're looking at number 2, the variance, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and intent?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody said yes, just give me some
I'm
reason.
sorry.
Well, I'm gonna say no because it's not.
Okay.
With the floodplain.
Madam Chair, I'm going to change my vote to no. The shore impact zone, it doesn't meet the requirements for that.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, there is not a floodplain issue with the
Or the-
structure. This is a setback.
Setback,
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. There's a lot going on.
Too many papers.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to say yes, because I think the setback in that case, this is from the property line, correct, is what we're looking at? And also from the,
This one is just from the lake, the ordinary high and the shore impact zone.
okay.
But it's,
Madam Chair, Member Ray, it's from the wetland area.
From the
that-
wetland. And
Yeah.
is this the side wetland area?
Correct.
Yep. on to
Okay.
the
Yes,
south
not
of-
to the
yeah.
open water lake.
All right, I'm going to say yes.
Because of that reason,
I look at that, that's a partially filled, again, it's,
That's the same situation we had with the previous request. It really doesn't hold water, but it's in that setback.
it's not meeting the setback. Where the current one would be. Any more discussion on this? Okay, moving on to number 3. The variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Rob,
I'm going to say no under water resources. Had it here. Lakeshore living policies. Limit the impact of additional shoreland development and encourage shoreland protection, which, being that close, we're not doing either one of those.
right. All right, Barry? I can circle back.
Please, I have to think about that.
Okay, George?
I'm going to say yes for living goals number 3.
Okay, Dave?
I'll say yes also.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes, I understand the reasons and the ordinance, but that's a tight turnaround spot, and I think that, having people come up and back up on your mound system to get turned around, it's a difficult situation.
And I want to add to Dan's, that was a dead end, correct? Essentially a dead end, so I'm also a yes. So then Barry?
Yes.
All right, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? George?
I'm going to say yes, having and using a garage is a reasonable issue to do.
Okay, Dave?
Yes, same reason.
Dan?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. On number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no? George?
I'm going to say yes. I don't know that there's another location that would work for this.
Okay, Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, lot configuration, where the land border is, and also where the road is.
Okay.
Give my options.
I'm going to say yes too, and he didn't create where that mound was. That was from previous. So, Rob?
Yes. The lake on 2 sides of the property is the problem.
Barry?
Yes.
Okay. The variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? George?
I'm going to say yes. Although I haven't been there, I would assume there's other garages along that area.
Okay, Dave?
I'm going to say yes. I think even though there's the property line issue and it's moving closer to the water, I actually think aesthetically it would improve the character and make that area look a lot nicer and cleaner.
Okay, Dan?
Yes, for the same reason, if you have a neighbor build a garage, so you don't have to look at your eyesore, that's something has to be done.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. On number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. Dan, I'll start with you on this one.
I'm going to say yes. The current structure is falling down, and it has to be replaced.
Okay, and then we're going to go on to Dave.
Yes, same reason.
Okay, I'm also a yes. George?
Yes, there were more considerations than just economic.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Staff, what are the results of the finding?
Madam Chair, we have all 7 questions in the affirmative. We're looking for a recommendation to approve for a motion.
Can I get a motion to grant based on the finding of facts?
Madam Chair, is it legal or appropriate to make a motion to approve the variance on the condition that the other garage be torn down?
Madam Chair, help me out with this, Brian, but I think in order to build the new garage, the old garage would have to go away, wouldn't it?
That's what the landowner indicated to me. He wanted one or the other.
Right, but he's going to be able to construct a new one, so the old one would come down, so
Right.
we can...
Otherwise, we're going to go through 7 questions again to deny it.
Okay.
Oh, they're not. I thought it was overlapping. Okay, so, Madam Chair, the question is, can that be a condition? It can be a condition because it was proposed by the applicant. There is an eminent domain issue that happens if the board just randomly requires structures to be removed, but because it was a request of the applicant, you can do that. You can add that as a condition, and therefore you do not have to go through the next set of findings of fact.
Okay. So do we want to fix the motion then? Can we add that to the...
Madam Chair, you first have to vote on the motion to approve,
Okay.
and then follow up with whether or not you want any conditions, one of which could be removal of the garage, if you want mitigation, those things.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who made the motion originally?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance request.
Okay, Rob makes a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
By Dan. Barry?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Same sides. State the motion of the motion passes. But any condition or mitigations needed?
Madam Chair, I'd put a condition on it that the 24 by 28 foot garage less than 10 feet from the side property line be taken down, properly disposed of.
I'm going to second that motion.
Madam Chair, can we amend that and put a reasonable time frame on there and defer to the applicant? What would be a reasonable time frame to have the old garage and all the materials hauled off the property?
I have a conditional use agreement that's in place for the end of September of this year. I don't know if it could coincide with that, which that would be the requirement to remove my decks, remove the fill.
Yeah, I can help with that. We have a compliance agreement with Mr. Cannon to remove any unpermitted structures by September, a date in September. So if that date is okay with the board, we'll just stick with that because it is listed on the compliance agreement, and that can be recorded against the property after the meeting, and that's what he'll be held to. So we don't have to have that if you choose not to.
do roll call, right? So, Barry, yes?
Yes.
Rob was a yes. George?
Yes.
I was a yes. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good luck. And we're scratching this one.
Scratching.
Scratching. Lord, is there papers? Okay. All right, our fourth agenda item is to consider a request from Kelly and Gordon Casper, South Haven, Minnesota, from section 7.254B of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct an 80 square foot sign with a total height of 18 feet. Said ordinance states signs shall be limited to 32 square feet and shall not exceed 10 feet in height in rural township district. The affected property is Lot 4, plat of St. Anna, and Lot 1, Block 1, Hennick's 4th Edition, Avon Township, property address 37215, County Road 9, Avon, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion that occurred? Barry?
Yes, with no discussion.
Rob?
Yes, no discussion.
Dan?
Yes, no discussion.
Dave?
Yes, no discussion.
George?
No.
And I'm a yes with no discussion. Can I get staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Background on the property: the applicant acquired the property in 2021. The tract is approximately 3,171 square feet according to assessor records, and it is zoned rural town site. The existing sign on the property is approximately 72 square feet in surface area and around 20 feet tall. Some background history: the Hennick's 4th Edition plat in 1978 survey indicated a 33-foot wide right-of-way from County Road 9 for this parcel. This was confirmed with Stearns County Highway Department. To some time between 2005 and 2010, the current sign that exists on the property was erected to replace a previous sign. The dimensions of the previous sign are not known. Construction site permits are not required for this type of sign, so we don't have any permit records on it. Proposed: the owners are proposing an 8-foot by 10-foot two-sided sign that is 18 feet in height. The square footage represents a 250% deviation, and the height represents an 80% deviation from the standard. The proposed location meets all the setbacks. The impervious lot coverage is not a part of this request, and some alternatives include rezoning the property to commercial where a sign of up to 250 square feet and a height of 25 feet is allowed, or reduce the proposed sign to 32 square feet or less and not greater than 10 feet in height. Avon Township, Stearns County Highway Department, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And that is all that I have.
All right, applicants, please provide your name and address for the record and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
Oh. Kelly Caspers, 16915 County Road 52, Avon, Minnesota, 56310.
Gordon Caspers in
16915 County Road 52, Avon, Minnesota. Sorry, he had a stroke 10 years ago and it's difficult with speech.
Okay. Do any of the board members have any questions or clarifications? The proposed sign that you're using is bigger than what's initially there, and that's a very busy corner, and there's a lot going on there. So why do you feel you need to go bigger?
Because what it does is give the visibility and safety at the store higher. You can see the roads coming, traffic at the store, pedestrians walking. If you keep it low, you're blocking that view. It's a safety reason. And then people can see it farther away, and then they're not focusing on that when they're right at that busy, crazy intersection.
Okay.
A question for staff. You mentioned rezoning that area. Has that been discussed any further, or who would take up that action, or?
Yeah, Member Ray, yeah, we did talk about rezoning. I know there was some comments from Avon Township that were provided to the board as well. But it is an option to request to rezone. The applicants haven't sought that option. They did talk to the township about it, but they never did apply to rezone. So it was mentioned as an option to, if they were to rezone the property, then they would be allowed that 250 square foot and height of 25 feet.
Question for staff, was there some, a letter that came through with this request?
There's 2 of them.
Oh,
Yeah, there should be 2 of them.
Madam Chair, a question for the applicant. Have you thought about looking into rezoning?
Yep, we initially went to rezone, but when we went to the township meeting, they were firmly against it.
Okay.
And so to keep peace, say, we decided to go and do it this way.
Okay, thank you.
you said it's for safety. I mean, do you have any evidence of that? Like
If you take a,
studies?
if you take a look at the aerials and at the views coming in from there,
I guess I'm driving and I'm looking for a gas station. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in my Google Maps. I'm not looking for a sign. I'm looking for what's available in the area on my phone, on my car.
but people aren't always doing that. That's one, well, that's you, that's not everybody. We have, that road is one of the busiest roads traveled.
And you're the only gas station there, so it kind of is like right there.
And it's 30 mile an hour speed zone
Yeah, it's not like
with
they're
a
zipping
stop
by.
sign on the adjoining road. So you kind of got a captive audience there. You don't
Not
have
really.
to draw the
You would
people
think-
from the
you would-
frontage road.
You would think it's a captive audience, it really isn't. We've got
can't-
people, you can see there's a gas station, but we're also a bait and tackle store. We're also an off-sale liquor store. We still have people 5 years later coming to us, I didn't know you had that here. We did our liquor store 2 years ago. I didn't know you had that here.
Okay, but you do have signs that say liquor store and
But we don't, there's not a safe
they're on the
place.
building,
It's-
correct?
Correct, but if you have cars in front of the building, then you can't see them.
And you don't think you can hang a flag on a post over
We did.
here?
We've hung the flags, they rip off. It's costing us a lot of money to
do a banner.
To keep doing banners. We have gone through 4 banners within a year. The weather increments, the wind, the rain.
But you can still have this issue with the bigger sign too. The bigger it is, it's gonna blow
No,
over.
Not with a well-constructed sign. We're just proposing that improves the visibility and safety of the store. It reflects the efforts that we've made to improve it at the store and attract new business. We're the only bait shop now all the way in from St. Cloud. But people drive to Avon and they don't Google it, there's a lot of people who don't Google.
Yeah, I do.
Not
But
everybody.
That's how I got hooked up with you years ago.
Your local
I needed a
residents
bait
are
shop
gonna be
and
like, hey, go uptown, they have
We're
bait
there.
there. They're not gonna say you should drive to Avon to get it.
But where are they going to see the local residents? If they're driving to a lake to go fishing, they're not going to talk to anybody.
People talk every day. They're gonna be like, how are the fish? What are you using for bait?
The current sign you have, you sell gas under the direct service brand.
No, we don't.
So that's an outdated sign.
That's a way outdated sign.
Well, it is, because I know a little bit about that company, and they have not been around for a long time. If you were going to put up a new sign, are you going to take that one down?
Yes.
There was one pole.
The light pole, actually, if you see the pictures, I don't know, Brian, if you got.
Another one?
The one coming from the north, do you have that
Yeah.
one?
I just have this.
Oh, okay.
there was,
Um,
pole,
That-
what's
A light pole
yeah,
that's actually in
in,
part of the sign. You can't see it coming from the north.
yeah. And this
Okay.
one, the old sign is out. There was one about the blue,
Where that blue thing?
yeah.
blue stump,
This one and this one. It's,
That's covering our old electrical thing that, from a previous owners.
Yeah.
So Bigfoot's not there, Bigfoot got moved. That old sign would come down. Our sign would fit straight in the middle, because Jamie came out and went over everything. It would fit directly in the middle between the telephone pole and the light pole. And if it's up high, you can visually see traffic. You don't know how many times I have seen accidents about to happen on all those corners. And they don't go 30 miles an hour through there. No.
You're not zoned commercial. What are you zoned?
This is zoned rural town site.
Rural town site.
And we're unbranded, so that's why we're here. If we're branded, like Marathon, it would automatically need to be commercial. So, and that would be really bright lights. If you guys ever seen Casey's, Marathons, Supermercas, they're lit up. We're trying to keep it clean. We're trying to keep it rural. You know, our gas pumps are not pay at the pumps. You have to walk in to get your gas.
But you're still going to have a light on your sign, right?
It's all, what we're trying to do is limit the light, but something, yes, you can see it at night.
there was one light sign for not,
The light pole will kind of hit it,
Yeah.
so,
right there.
yeah, we're trying to keep it.
Madam Chair, I had a question for staff, I believe, maybe the applicant. St. Anna, that's basically an unincorporated city, right, part of the township?
Yep.
And the township, I believe, voted 4-1 to approve the sign. Now, if I understand it correctly, maybe the proposed sign is not in compliance with county ordinance. Am I reading that right? But in this case, the township did approve it. So how does that work when you, do our ordinances trump theirs, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, Member Bentrude, they have adopted our ordinance through reference. They can only be more restrictive than us. They can't be less restrictive. The letter from Avon Township is a 4-1 vote recommending for approval by this board here tonight.
Right,
It was
that's-
their
I guess that's-
recommendation.
yeah,
They
I
didn't
guess that's
approve
what I was-
anything. Yeah. They didn't approve anything. They were just recommending approval.
Okay.
By this board here tonight.
Okay, so that's not a formal,
It's not a formal, yeah, it's not a binding formal, it's just their, their comment.
And we just like to say that, you know, the proposed sign aligns with what's allowed with the commercial zoning businesses. We just want it to be treated fairly. You know, the sign is not the 250 feet, it's not, it's kind of in the middle between the 64 square feet and 10 feet and the commercial zoning. So we're just trying to make a compromise on the sign. It's us, it's a mom and pop. All we want to do is say, hey, this is ours. This is, welcome to St. Anna. Come, this is what we got. Please support us, because if we're not there,
Gone.
it's gone. Just, you can look at everything else there. It won't be there.
Yeah.
Well, I think you could get all those messages across and maybe drop the Yeti off of there and get your message on the 4x8 sign. I don't know what the Yeti has to do with your business.
Boys, yeah.
But are you gonna look at a sign that's just this little square?
I'm not looking
4
at
by
a
8 is
sign.
a whole sheet of plywood or whatever 4
Yeah.
by 8 is.
But you're driving, you wanna be able to see something
I
a little
want to
bit
know how
farther
much you're
away.
charging for gas when I'm driving by.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Said, I'm looking at what you're going to be charging for gas when I drive.
And that's gonna be part of the board, we just don't know exactly where on the board. This
So
is,
you want us to approve something that you don't know what it's gonna be.
we're gonna have, but we don't know what we can put for electronic, how much we can actually afford.
Yeah.
Can we afford this huge thing? No, we can't. We're mom and pop. Are we going to look, we're looking into something simple.
That one, this lights is one north.
Yeah,
That's
it doesn't even
broke.
work anymore.
Can
It
it-
cost me it'll cost over $10,000 to replace that bubble. Just a bubble. That's it. We can't afford that.
So you really don't have a design with, you're not gonna have lighting on this new sign?
No, it's gonna be just a, how do I say, small billboard that has just, it's not gonna be bright, it's not gonna be lit up, you're gonna be able to see the gas prices,
Yeah, one,
one strip.
and then not, that, what's the word? It's, what,
Floodlight?
no, right there, but, for lights in, like, the store,
Oh, yeah, timer.
yeah,
Yep, be on a timer.
yeah, I'm sorry that.
Just a question comes to mind, you pull into your store and everything you have, you're right, you park in front of your sign to go in the store.
Yep. And we
And-
tried doing liquor, different spots, and,
You're in resort country.
yep.
You're the
I don't know the township, I don't know the county on this, but a lot of times in resort country, a store like yours with bait, mile out of town one way, mile out of town the other way, has a sign that says gas, bait, liquor, St. Anna. Is that permissible?
Yeah.
You could do that out of town on a billboard type sign.
I think I'm following. It's like basically what we're proposing.
Do you advertise on billboards outside of
Oh,
this
no.
area? When you're coming from Holdingford into St. Anna, or when you're going from St. Anna into Avon, is there any billboards out there that support advertising?
But we can't get on any. There's none in
Well,
Avon going our direction.
Well, what I'm saying is, in some areas when you drive, you'll see, Ole's Resort on a
Oh,
big
okay, no,
sign,
I'm sorry.
and it's
Yeah.
2 miles down the road or
no.
whatever.
No, there's nothing that we can.
Would that be an option?
No. There's nothing there to put on. The only other billboard,
Well, but you could go to somebody's property and say, hey, could I rent some space to put a sign at the edge of your field or something?
Madam Chair, Member Kirchhoff, so that would be considered an off-premise sign, and off-premise signs / billboards are only allowed in industrial and commercial zoning districts.
Okay.
So the answer is no.
Well, that's what I was questioning.
One thing that they could consider is contacting the road authority and getting one of those blue informational signs. You know how sometimes you'll see
Yes.
St. Anna store 2 miles ahead or whatever. Those are permissible under the road authority.
And they're affordable.
I don't know who pays for
They
them.
should be.
Madam Chair, question for staff, and pardon my ignorance on this, but is there a limitation on a sign on the roof of the building? Is there an ordinance for that?
Madam Chair, Member Ray, there is limitations on signs on the roof. I'm looking for it right now.
if I could speak. We did put up the sign, we did put up the meeting, and with all the locals, I put it on our Facebook page. we have had a huge amount of people saying, yes, we would like that. Yes, you guys deserve to have something that says that's you. Yes, you need to draw people in. You're not just drawing the local people in. We're trying to draw other people in who's just going down County Road 9. Left Avon, left Holdingford, left Albany going somewhere. They're just driving. They might not need gas. They might not need, but all of a sudden they drive by and it's like, oh yeah, I can stop there and I can grab my bait, my booze. You know, I can get everything there. And they weren't looking for anything, but we can draw in that way.
Madam Chair, Member Ray, just to return back to the sign on the roof, General Sign Standards 7.25.2, Item D, no sign shall be painted directly on the roof or outside wall of a building, nor shall paper or similar signs be attached directly to a building wall with adhesive or similar means.
Do any of the board members have any more questions or clarifications for staff or applicant? Okay. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Asking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
A second.
I'll second it.
George and Dan. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The public hearing is closed. We will proceed to the findings. Okay, number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Barry?
No.
Rob?
You know, I have to say no. It's not allowed that big. It's not allowed in that zone.
I'm also a no. Dan?
No, the size and height are not allowed.
Are we on question 1?
Dave?
No.
George?
I think you're misunderstanding the question. Is the use of a sign?
Right, Madam Chair, the question number.
If it's
question-
allowed.
Correct.
If it's, not the size, the use of a sign, having a sign.
Are signs allowed in the rural town site
Right,
zoning
right.
district? Yes or no?
No.
That's the question.
Yeah.
I changed mine to yes.
I'll change, yes.
I'll have to go to yes. It's hard tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Existing land use in the uncooperative town sites, the county recognizes. No, it says nothing about it.
George always has trouble with you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's redo number 1.
Yes.
Okay. The proposed use is allowed in zoning district in which the subject property is located. Barry, yes or no?
Yes, thank you, George.
Rob?
Yes, signs are allowed. Businesses are allowed to have signs.
Okay. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls. Yes or no? I would like to state that the township doesn't have any issues with this, so I am a yes. Barry?
I'm a yes.
Rob?
The official controls are to keep the size of the signs down to prevent clutter and obstructions, and I'm going to say no.
Dan?
I'm going to say no for the same reasons.
Dave?
I'm going to say yes. I mean, the township, it's a recommendation. I get it. But I'm going to say yes.
George?
I'm going to say no. The size of the sign is 250% bigger than it's supposed to be, and the height is 80% more.
Okay, number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Yes or no? Rob?
Come back to me, please.
Well, I'm going to go under a yes with business goal number 4. Enhance the ability of local retail and commercial business to sustain small cities and rural town sites. So, Barry?
Yes.
Rob,
I'll agree with you, yes.
Dan,
I also agree, yes, for.
Dave,
Yes.
and George.
I'm going to say no under rural business policies. Rural businesses in the agriculture area should utilize the property's existing infrastructure and buildings.
Okay. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no? Rob?
I'm going to say no. That big of a sign in that area is not reasonable.
Okay. Barry?
The 250% overage.
Barry?
I have to say yes, because I think that it's a matter of definition. You're running a business there. And I looked at your signage, and I walk around businesses. That's kind of what I do. And I see the vision with the sign, and I, put in my head, what if I own this place? You might not like what I'm going to say, but I'd get rid of Bigfoot. I'd take the signs down where you park your cars, and I'd clean it up, and I would have one nice, big, safety-focused, dignified sign.
Sorry, that's what we're trying
And
to say.
you are right. That intersection, it's kind of, you come up on it, and I think there's a lot of background support, and we're faced to make a decision. And I think I understand your vision, and I have to go yes.
Okay. Dave?
I struggle with this question a little bit myself. I mean, the sign issue aside, they run their business in a good, reasonable way. I don't quite understand the question fully. I'm going to vote yes.
Dan?
I'm gonna no. I look at that. I understand the reasons why and want to get people to your business and the traffic over there, but the actual site reading of that is generally going to be done at a closer distance and down the road as they come up and see it. I'd like to see something that attracts attention to it and then has all the services on it. So I have to be a no on this. There's another way to do it.
Okay. I'm also a no. And then George?
I'm going to say yes because I'm focusing on the use of the property, not the use of the sign. So having a gas station, bait shop, whatever, is a reasonable use of the property.
But there are other also reasonable uses too. They could put other signage up. There's social media. There's Google Maps. There's so much out there.
I agree, but I'm not changing my...
Okay. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no? Rob?
Madam Chair, no. It's totally in their hands. If it's done wrong, it's because they did it wrong.
Barry? You want me to circle back?
I have to, yes.
Okay. Dan?
No.
I'm also a no. Dave?
No.
George?
No.
Barry?
I understand the size limitations. That's done for purpose. And you are commercial.
We're tax commercial.
Okay, bingo, thank you, because you are commercial. And you don't look completely commercial there.
No. We're trying. We're trying to make it nice. We're putting everything we have into this place.
I have to say yes.
Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no? Rob?
I'm gonna say no. It's gonna add to the clutter. It's gonna be too big for that small neighborhood.
Barry?
I think with the vision and the size of the property and the lot, the corner of the business on it, I'll say yes.
Okay. Dan?
I'm a yes on this one too, because, you know, the signage there is, it's informational, so
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes, it's a welcoming sign, it's a area that has recreation and all of those characteristics, so yeah, I'd say it is.
George?
I'm going to say no. If they want to do something like this, they should consider rezoning it.
I'm also a no. Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? George?
Yes, it involved more than economic considerations.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
I mean, yes, we talked about economic, but also the signage is incorrect and doesn't represent the building. It doesn't represent the business. So.
I'm also a yes. Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Staff, what are the results of the finding?
If they're even, they're not affirmative.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Public school system math, my apologies. With 3 ties that go to a no vote and 1 no, we have 4 of the 7 in a no, and we need a motion to deny the request.
Okay, can I ask for a motion to deny based on the findings?
Madam Chair, I'll move to deny.
Okay, George, can I get a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it.
Okay, second by Rob. Barry, yes or no?
No.
Rob, you were a, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. George was a yes. I'm a yes. Dan?
I have to go with yes.
Dave?
No.
And we're not doing any conditions or mitigations, correct? No?
Correct, Madam Chair. If it's a denial, then there would be no conditions added.
Okay. Our 5th agenda item. Yes, you guys are finished for the evening. You can direct your...
Just one question. So if we rezone commercial, then we're granted the 250 square feet.
That's going to be a question for environmental staff to help you with, so you can
We can
contact
discuss that tomorrow.
them.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, right. Number 5, our 5th agenda item tonight is to consider a request from Irvin and Carol Herdering, Melrose, Minnesota, from Section 10.21B of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a 1,506 square foot guest cottage, 19.25 feet in height. Said ordinance states a guest cottage shall not cover more than 700 square feet on land surface and shall not exceed 15 feet. The affected property is 12.40 acres of the southwest of the southeast of Section 16, Millwood Township. Property address 41126, County Road 167, Melrose, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion? Barry?
Yes, I visited and there was discussion.
Okay. Rob?
Yes, no discussion.
I visited, no discussion. Dan?
Yes, no discussion.
Dave?
Yes, I visited, and I believe I talked to Carol, got directions to the building site, that's about it.
And George?
No.
All right, staff report and correspondence received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have 1 letter from Millwood Township that was provided to members of the board a couple days ago, and they were in support of the request. They had no disputes. Some background information. The applicants acquired the property in 2016. The tract is approximately 12.4 acres according to assessor records. The property is Zone A40 and in the Shoreland Overlay District of Long Lake, which is classified as natural environment. The existing dwelling on the property was constructed in 1902 and is occupied by a relative of the applicant. The existing septic on the property was inspected in 2024 and deemed compliant. Proposed, the applicant would like to construct a 37 by 42 foot by 19.25 foot tall house as a temporary secondary dwelling. Since the lot is within the Shoreland Overlay District of Long Lake, the only option for a second dwelling is a guest cottage. The request represents a 215% deviation from the square footage standard and a 28% deviation from the height standard. The proposed location meets all setbacks, and the applicant has indicated eliminating the existing dwelling when relative no longer occupies it. Preliminary septic design has been submitted for the proposed dwelling. Millwood Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. Alternatives and recommendations. One alternative that we do have is, if approved, staff recommend a condition that the existing dwelling on site shall be removed within 90 days of the current resident no longer occupying it. And that is all that I have.
Applicants, please provide your name and address for the record. Any comments or questions for the board at this time, please?
Okay, my name's Irvin Herdering, address 41002, County Road 167.
Okay, do any of the board members have any questions or clarifications?
Madam Chair, I had a question for Brian. I thought I heard you say this being a temporary structure. What did you mean by that?
Madam Chair, Member Bentrub, in our ordinance, we have provisions for temporary secondary dwellings on farmsteads.
Okay.
Here, we don't have a farmstead, and because it's within 1,000 feet of Long Lake, we have to reduce it to the guest cottage standards because it's within that Shoreland Overlay District. That's the only standards that we have in that Shoreland Overlay.
Okay. So I guess when I think of temporary, I'm thinking short shelf lives here. So
well, ultimately, if approved with that condition, it would be temporary because when the existing dwelling is no longer occupied, it goes away. And now there's one dwelling left on the property and it's back within the standard. So that's what the request is.
So it would just go from a temporary designation to a permanent.
Correct.
Once the old, okay.
That's the request. Yep.
Okay, and your mother currently occupies that home, correct?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
She's been there 60-some years.
Right.
And that's my home place where I grew up too. We actually live next door and I sold my place to my son. So we're kind of looking at semi-retiring and over there, you know, just looking for a patio home, one level.
And your design plans, it only looked like it was a 2-bedroom.
Correct, 2-bedroom.
Smaller.
Yep.
So if your mother is unable to live in that house, what are you? So if she's not able to live in that house, then we can put the condition on that it would have to come down when she's not able to, not that she's deceased.
Yeah, when she's no longer occupying the house, then within 90 days, the house would have to be removed.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant. In your application, it says that when your mother's not able to live in the house, you're going to move her in with you.
If it comes to that, it's a possibility, yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Why not just build a big house now? Tear the other one down. Consolidate now.
She doesn't want to leave the house. And I'm not going to, tear her world apart by making her move if she's not ready to move. And
I can understand that, but
yeah,
it's
we're
an
not
option for you.
Yeah.
It's not like you're locked into
Would you do this to your
one
mother?
thing. I'm sorry?
Would you do that to your mother?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they did.
Okay.
We did.
I just want to clarify something when we visited.
Sure.
where you're putting the guest house, you're actually, and it looks like you have some exciting things going on in your property. Your son, that'll be third generation ownership of that property, correct?
Right.
And it looks like he has some visions because you have a new post frame building going up
Right.
down
Correct,
there.
we're-
And I'm sure he has his eye on getting rid of the barn in the future, correct? At some point?
It's possible, yeah.
He's making some changes down there. And a positive thing from just driving by in the countryside and looking down, that old machine shed or whatever it is going to be gone, and there'll be a new house or a new guest cottage
Correct, it's
there.
an
So
old
there
gra-
is a,
it's an old
there's a
granary.
positive to that, or it's a granary?
Right.
Yeah, that's okay. It'll look like a granary or machine shed.
Right.
So that'll be coming down and will be replaced with a brand-new guest cottage.
I think it would, definitely add value to the property for that part of it, but the old granary is done. It's not of any purpose anymore, so.
Thank you.
We're good. Any more questions for staff?
I do in a second. I can find it here. Okay. Mr. Herdering, what's your occupation? Are you a farmer?
No, I self-employed sand and gravel excavating.
Okay. So in that business, you do deal sometimes in percentages. And let's say you overfilled or overhauled 215% above what the contract was for. That's pretty substantial.
It's not good, no. Well, I guess if I could add, with 700 square feet, doesn't really give us a whole lot to work with.
But you have, from the county's point of view, that's a second residence on the same property.
Correct.
It's not the principal structure. It's an added structure. Where if the other house comes down, then it'll be your principal structure.
Correct.
And
at
you'd
that
be
point.
entitled to more square footage.
Any more questions? George?
I have one question. I don't want to be insensitive here, but how old is your mother?
She's 92.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Do any of the board members have any more questions or clarification? Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Rob and Dave. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of closing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say sign. The public hearing is now closed. We will proceed to the findings. All right. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no? Houses are allowed in A40, so I am a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, guest cottages are allowed.
Dan?
Yes, guest cottages are allowed.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
The variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls. Yes or no? Rob?
Under the 10.2 Shoreland Overlay District, it's not in harmony with that. It's 215% above the controls in the ordinance at section 10.2.
Barry?
Yes.
Do you have a reasoning?
Well, I understand there has to be distance, but whatever. Well, if I'm understanding this correctly, your granary isn't in compliance.
It
Because you're
probably
gonna put the guest cottage right where the granary stands now.
isn't. Right.
Madam Chair, Member Kirkhoff, I think we can remember that the variance request isn't for a setback. It's for a size of the structure.
Size.
Yes.
Okay. Barry, are you still a yes?
Looking at the landscape and what's trying to be accomplished here, yes.
Okay, Dan?
I'm a yes, because we understood the reason why they're doing it, and eventually the other structure will be gone, and to build the 700-foot right now would be rather onerous in the case of expansion.
I'm gonna add on to Dan's with a yes, but what they're proposing to build, the other existing house is actually larger. So, Dave?
I'm gonna say yes, and forgive me, I don't have the comp plan copy in front of me, but the one about different stages of life and.
That's next.
Okay, George?
Did I get ahead of myself?
I'm a no. They're 250% in deviation, and they could wait to do this.
Okay, number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no under Lakeshore Living Policies number 1 and 2.
Okay, Dan?
I'm gonna say yes underneath Living Goals 3.
Dave?
I'll say yes. Is that?
Yep, that's what you talked about
Okay,
before.
perfect. I'll go with that.
George?
No.
And I'm also a yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. I'm going to say yes, it's reasonable to construct a new home. They will be taking down the other home, and there is support from the township. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes, but I don't think we have it solidified that the other house has to come down yet.
Well, we've talked about it. It's going to be added as a condition. So,
Okay.
Dan?
Yes.
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no? George?
I'm a no. He wants a bigger house than what is the standard is. So it's no.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes. It's a temporary structure. They're trying to accommodate their elderly mother. I'd say yes.
Okay. Dan?
I'm in the same situation. I think it's a yes on this. It's reasonable. And the fact that they are going to remove the other structure and there's their mother involved, I'm okay with this.
Rob?
No.
Barry?
Given the circumstances, if this is going to be done for personal gain or rental or something like that, it'd be an easy no, but given the circumstances, I have to go with a yes.
But how does that figure into the uniqueness of the property?
Because he can't build anywhere else until that other house comes down. This is a temporary thing, and it'll be the permanent one there when the other house is down. So at that time, no other houses should be able to be built on that property, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm a yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? George?
Yes, it does. There's other structures in a house there.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
The need for variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no? Yes, I believe economics were not discussed. George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, there's other considerations.
Rob?
Yes, economics is not part of it.
And Barry?
Yes.
Okay. Staff, what were the results of the finding?
Madam Chair, we have 7 questions in the affirmative, so we're looking for a motion to approve the variance.
Okay, can I get a motion to grant based on the findings?
So moved.
Dan, can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Dave, all in favor? Barry? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Rob?
No.
George?
No.
Dan was a yes, I'm a yes, and Dave was a yes. If approved, yes, we're gonna add conditions to this. So I need a motion for that, please.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, I think the original proposal was within 90 days upon the older house being vacated.
Madam Chair, Member Kirkhoff, that was a staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation, I would yield to the staff recommendation and make it a condition that when the house is vacated, that it has to be torn down and removed within 90 days of being vacated.
Can I get a,
Madam Chair, my problem with that is when mom moves out, grandson moves in.
Madam Chair, I was going to say, I think we need to be clear that the applicant's proposal was that when mom is no longer occupying the structure, that the structure be removed, not that it is
no
occupied by
other
some.
family members are allowed to
Correct. It would be tied to
Good
the
point.
move
applicant.
into that home.
I'll second the motion. I think you second, don't we?
Can we get a read back on the motion?
Yeah. Who's taking notes?
Put it in, Barry.
I propose make a motion for the condition that upon your mother no longer living in the residence it's vacated, that she was the sole and last person to reside in that residence, and upon her vacating it, it will be tore down within 90 days of her leaving.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Barry, are you a yes? You're a yes?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
All right, and you can talk to staff, and they will help you with that. Does anyone need a 5-minute breather?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
What do we got left?
3 of them, don't we? 2 left.
11A of Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a 4,000 square foot residential dwelling less than 50 feet from the side property line in the A40 zoning district. Said ordinance requires residential dwellings be no less than 50 feet from a side property line in the A40 district. The affected property is 88.5 acres of Government Lot 5, Section 17, St. Joe Township, property address 29247, County Road, St. Joe, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion? Barry?
Yes, no discussion.
Rob?
Yes, no discussion.
I'm a yes, no discussion. Dan? Dave?
Yes, no discussion.
George, can I
No.
get a
No.
staff report and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we got any correspondence on this one. Some background on the property. The applicants acquired the property in January of this year. The tract is 93.61 acres according to a certificate of survey submitted by the applicant, and it is in the A40 zoning district. The existing dwelling on the property was constructed in 1898. The adjacent parcel and dwelling east of the building site are also owned by the applicant. The 0.9 acre parcel was split in 1963 prior to official controls and is subject to R1 setbacks and uses. It can be sold separately from the farmstead. The intent of the 50-foot side yard setback standards in the Ag zoning district is to limit the impacts of sights, sounds, smells, dust, manure application, and flies to dwellings on adjacent parcels. The proposed applicants would like to construct a 40 by 100 foot dwelling where the existing dwelling is. Preliminary septic design has been submitted for the proposed dwelling. And an alternative to the request is to relocate, reorient, or reduce the size of the dwelling to meet setbacks. St. Joseph Township and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And that is all that I have.
All right. Applicants, please provide your name and address for the record and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
Mike Murtis, 25077 County Road 138, St. Cloud, 56301.
Caitlin Murtis, same address.
Do any of the board members have any questions or clarification for staff or applicant at this time? I have a question for applicants. I just want to know why you feel that is the best place.
So that's where the original house is. The right-of-way driveway's there, natural gas is there, power's there. It's like higher ground there. All our buildings are there. Am I missing anything?
And so like part of it too is that there's like a wraparound driveway that goes around. So then trying to keep like security and everything that way. And we want to put livestock in there, and that was already, feedlot permit was already approved and everything as well. So then we kind of have structures all the way around the driveway. So that was why we kind of want to put it in that existing location.
Will this be your primary residence then?
Correct, it will be.
But you own the land around it, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So for staff, not meeting the 50-foot side property line setback,
How does he
is
not meet?
there not meeting it with their adjoining property?
Madam
Maybe you
Chair,
can answer
Member
that.
Schwagel, first, I will address that question. I have to correct myself. I do have a letter from St. Joe Township. It's in the packet, that they had sent back in February. That it was in support of the request. So I just want to make sure I get that correction on the record. So it is in the packet, but we've had it for a while, so kind of forgot about it. Yeah, so to address the question here, there's actually two setbacks. If we look at the survey that was submitted by the applicant, the setback to the north property line would not be met by the request, and then the east property line from the southeast corner of the proposed dwelling would also not be met. and those setbacks would both need to be 50 feet.
And they're
So the,
20 feet and 29.5 feet.
I'm not good with these, but your property line runs through the buildings?
Yes, so we've always known there's a line at the very north end by the buildings that is a fence line.
Okay.
And for all years, my family, this is a Century Farm as well.
Yep.
That fence line was the property line. Well, talking to Mike Myers, the neighbor to the north, and he's for this, is that when they did a survey, the Myers did a survey in the late 90s, they realized the line actually goes through the buildings. Oops, sorry. So then we discussed in the future he's going to be doing a survey as well on his property, and that we are going to fix this, and that we're going to move our line, like the fence line is going to be our line, and that would put the house at 55 feet.
It's just not currently fixed.
Yes.
And the reason for that, like, because we were talking to him to like try to get it fixed prior to, and he was saying that his mother lives in a part of the property and it's in a trust that way too. So he was going to wait until she passed, so he could do all the land surveying at the same time. Because he's going to be requiring land from her.
Verbal from him, or do you have anything some sort of a written agreement with him, or?
We don't have anything written. It's all been verbal at this point.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I do want to interject here. If that line is to move, that property line, it would need to meet the minimum setbacks to those structures. If there's animals in that barn, I believe that setback is 50 feet, and to the shed, it would have to be at least 10 feet. So if they do move that line, they would have to move it far enough to meet those setbacks. And that would be a conversation you need to have with your neighbor to make sure that that's allowable when that line gets moved, because that, otherwise you'll be back in front of this board to request to not meet those setbacks with that line move for that property line correction.
There will not be any animals in the buildings to the north. Our feedlot permit is to the building to the southwest, which is way more than the distances that are meant.
Okay, so then the line would have to be 10 feet from those structures, and probably not on the fence line, because it looks like that's a little bit tighter, but it would have to be at least 10 feet
10
from
feet?
those structures.
Yeah.
For the line correction.
Plan is we gain in the front, they'll gain in the back. We're going to equal it out. So that's the plan. And we're trying not to take up tillable land. That's, like I said, it's Century Farm. We're trying to farm as much as we can. It's not a big farm.
Do you, on those properties, can you point out where the well is? Is there anything buried as far as electrical wires, any tiling, any of that kind of stuff? I guess I'm not noticing on the map here. Maybe I'm not seeing it either. Well, sometimes that makes a big difference too.
Like this. So, sorry. The well is just to the north of the house right now, right there. Natural gas runs right through here. The power runs along the driveway and it goes to here. That makes sense?
Is it like a natural gas line? Is it just feed you guys, or does it feed everyone on this road, or?
Just us.
Okay.
Well, yeah, this line is just to us, the line
But it
here.
does connect to other properties.
But it is connected. It's connected to our house, that other house as well.
Mike Meyer has it too.
And Mike Meyer to the north has natural gas as well.
He said it's all from the same line when we talked to him. When they put that line in, it connects to multiple different houses. So we know for those two houses on our properties for sure, and then for sure one to the north.
I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does.
So question for applicant.
Yep. Sorry, correct.
Where you live?
No.
Somebody else lives there?
So with my uncle passing, this is a trust agreement. We got all the land and the farm, but the stepson gets to live in that house,
Unless he's gone for 6 months consecutively.
then we own the house, but he has to stay there rent-free. As long as he wants, unless he's vacant for, 6 months. And we don't plan on selling that house, no.
Potentially, if your uncle leaves there, correct?
He has passed,
No.
There's a stepson that lives in that house.
Stepson. If the stepson ever leaves,
yes.
that house could come down.
Potentially, yes, yeah.
And so like we even thought of like rezoning it and kind of having it in combination so you won't have like the setbacks as much either, but then it needs to be separated out legally for the trust.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, a lot of this is maybe and speculation and things like that. So this is the house that you're talking about that the stepson had the ability to live in is a lot of record. And so, yes, they could erase the line, if you will, but doesn't happen often because people usually don't want to lose a building entitlement.
Right.
Yep. And as far as the issues on the north line, that's very common. There's ways to handle that.
If the variance was approved, is that fixing that property line be a condition? Or
Madam Chair, Member Bentrude, I would hesitate you doing that because so many factors can come into play with the neighbors and negotiation on price and
how do we make sure that gets fixed?
Madam Chair, Member Bentrude, you don't.
Okay.
It's a legal nonconformity. It exists today. It's obviously in both properties' best interest owners to take care of it, and I'm sure that they will.
Yes, correct.
But
Yes.
I would hesitate to put that a condition on because then we're forcing a neighbor to do something that we don't know that they. I believe you that they said they want to take care of it, but we can't.
I should have had him
nothing was
write a
signed.
letter, but he is.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Staff, is it a fair question, or would it make it a lot more palatable, I think, for the adjustment board if you had some sort of notarized memorandum of understanding that both parties agree that this is going to happen and agree to it? It's just that, there's some time constraints. And
Yes.
if that was presented to the board, I guess I pose that to Madam Chair, would that be more palatable for us to move forward with something like this?
Is it?
Madam Chair, in concept, I understand. And even if the property owner was here tonight, and even if he was speaking in favor and indicating that he will agree to do this, until there's a deed that's signed between the two parties, again, I don't doubt anything that we've heard. But these things take time, and it factors in if they're green acres or not. If their taxes are paid in full, it gets complicated for land subdivision. So
Just to give you an example, I had this with my property. I've been working on it for 5 years. So it can take a heck of a long time.
And we're trying to build it this year. Can I say? We're expecting children this year yet, so we were trying to get the house done and move in. So a lot has happened in a very short period of time. So.
I mean, I think we can just deal with the merits of what we see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
there's a potential where that line's going to be changed, where we can factor that into our decision-making process.
okay, do any of the board members have any questions or clarification for staff or applicants?
I just want to acknowledge the letter of support from Township of St. Joseph unanimously, so this has been discussed. So.
Okay, anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward, state your name for the record. Anyone wanting to provide testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Are there any further discussions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say sign. The public hearing is closed. We will now proceed to the findings. All right. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? I'm a yes, and Ag 40 residential dwellings are allowed. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls of any related ordinances. Yes or no? Rob?
Madam Chair, yes, under Section 9.3 Agricultural District 840, the purpose of this district is to preserve the agricultural and rural character of land within the 840 district. I believe that's what we're doing if we approve the variance to give them a place to live there.
Barry?
I follow the logic in that, yes.
Okay, I'm also a yes. Dan?
I'm a yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan. I am also a yes on this with living goals number 3. I also would like to add that there is support from the St. Joe Township as well. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, under agricultural use policies number 1.
Also, I'd like to add to the record, this is a Century Farm as well, too. So it's been in the family for a very, very long time. Dan?
Yes. Agricultural goals number 1.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no? Rob?
Yes, the house is reasonable in the 840 district.
Okay, Barry?
Yes.
I'm a yes, and like to note it is reasonable to want a new home to have your family grow up in. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
The north property line complicates things, so I'm going to say yes.
I'm a yes. I'd like to add, they bought it this way. It wasn't created by them, but I do feel that in the future there is really good intentions of fixing it. Dan?
Yes, for the same reasons.
Dave?
Yes, same.
George?
Yes.
Okay. The variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no? Rob?
It's just going to be a different house, so things aren't going to change.
Right. Barry?
Yeah, yes.
I'm also a yes. I do agree with Rob. Nothing's changing. It's just a house. Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? I'm a yes. Economics were not discussed. Barry?
I'm a yes as well.
Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Dave?
Yep.
George? Staff, can I get what are the results of the findings?
Madam Chair, we have all 7 questions in the affirmative. We'd be looking for a motion to grant the variance.
Okay. Can I get a motion to grant based on the findings of facts?
Madam Chair, I'll move to grant the variance.
George, can I get a second?
Second that.
Barry, yes or no?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I'm a yes. George?
Yes.
Liz a yes. Dan?
Yes.
And Dave and
Yes.
Mike is here. All right. If approved, are there any conditions or mitigations needed at this time? We decided not to add any. So good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Our 7th and final agenda item tonight. To consider the after effect and new request from Jody Nelson and Dana Nierhausen. I apologize if I said that wrong. Okay, Cold Spring, Minnesota. And after the fact request from sections 10.211A, 1 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed a 14-foot by 20-foot concrete deck 62 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Lake. Said ordinance requires a minimal setback of 100 feet from the OHWL of lakes classified as recreational development. The other request is from 7.22.2 East of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to place 2 temporary recreational camping vehicles 67 feet and 78 feet from the OHWL setback of Big Lake. Said ordinance requires a minimum setback of 100 feet from the OHWL lakes classified as recreational development. The affected property is lots 3, 4, 5, and 6, all in Martin's Lodge, replat and addition, Munson Township, property address 22466 Enfield Road, Richmond, Minnesota. All right, which board members were able to visit the site, and was there any discussion? Barry?
Yes, no discussion.
Rob?
Yes, no discussion.
I was a yes, no discussion. Dan?
Yes, no discussion.
Dave?
No.
George?
No.
All right, can I get a staff report and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did receive correspondence that's in your packets. It was provided to the board members and the applicants that came in. We received correspondence from neighboring property owners and the Department of Natural Resources. Some background, the applicants acquired the property in March of 2023. The tract contains approximately 38,434 square feet according to assessor records. The property is zoned R1 and in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Lake, a recreational development lake. Big Lake is on the impaired waters list for mercury in fish tissue. Some history: in 2014, the dwelling on site was granted a variance to leave as repaired, restored, and improved, and the deck was granted a variance to leave as expanded. In 2020, item A, a 14 by 20 foot concrete deck was constructed without a permit. The definition of a deck from ordinance is a horizontal, unenclosed platform with or without attached railings, seats, trellises, and attached or functionally related to a principal use or site, and at any point extending more than 1 foot above ground. The deck at its highest point above ground is 16 inches tall. 2023, item B, Environmental Services received a complaint that there were multiple RVs on the property during weekends. Upon investigation, it was determined that the temporary RVs on site did not meet the building setbacks. The property owners have since removed the temporary RVs and the violation is resolved. 2024, applicants inquired about obtaining a variance for temporary RVs. A review of the property revealed that the unpermitted concrete deck, item A, prompting the after-the-fact request. The septic serving the dwelling was inspected and deemed compliant, and the applicants received variances from Munson Township to leave the concrete deck, item A, and place 2 temporary RVs, B, within the building setback of Enfield Road. The proposed. The applicants are requesting to leave the deck, item A, as constructed, and to place 2 RVs, item B, on the property 67 and 78 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Lake. Section 7.22.2 allows for 2 temporary RVs on parcels between 30,000 and 39,999 square feet with a residential dwelling unit. Temporary RVs are limited to being on the property for 30 days or less in any year, regardless of their occupancy. A provisional use registration is required for temporary RVs. Impervious lot coverage is not a part of this request. Munson Township, Sauk River Watershed District, the Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And alternatives. Alternatives for the deck would be to replace it with a patio that doesn't at any point extend more than 1 foot above existing grade. If the variance is granted, an after-the-fact construction site permit is required for the deck. If the variances are denied, the department will work with the applicants towards achieving compliance. And that is all that I have.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add, and I think Member Benchard, I don't know if you were on the Planning Commission in 2021. Okay, so there was an ordinance amendment in 2021 because we had so many violations throughout the county on recreational vehicles, numerous recreational vehicles on lakeshore lots. And so we addressed the issue by having conversations with our board and others to amend the ordinance. We received what the DNR calls implementation flexibility, meaning we can adopt something that's less restrictive than state rule if it is reasonable and it's limited in time and number and place, etc. So with that, I just wanted to state, I believe I've shared this with the applicant's attorney, but we originally proposed that temporary RVs not have to meet the setback, but only couldn't be located in the shore impact zone, and the DNR rejected that. And so we are here tonight with that standard of meeting the required setback, which is 100 feet. So just by way of background, you haven't seen one of these since the standard's been in place, and I hope you don't continue to.
All right, applicants, please provide your name and address for the record and any comments or questions for the board at this time.
16967 207th Avenue, Eden Valley. Jody Nelson, 16675 238th Street, Cold Spring.
Kelly Springer, counsel for the applicant.
Okay. Do any of the board members have any questions or clarification?
I have a question for staff. Part of what you said was the applicants received variances from Munson Township. How could they do that? I thought they have to go by county.
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, boy, it's been a long night. The variances that the applicants received from the township were for the setback to the township road in Munson Township. The township has an MOU with the county to administer variances to roads that they have under their control. So Enfield Road being a township road, they hear that variance.
Got it. Thanks.
Can you say that one more time?
Munson Township hears the variances to township roads.
Yes. Okay. Comments from applicants? Getting some feedback here, Kelly?
Absolutely.
All
You
right.
always know I have something to say. So I just wanted to highlight a few things in our materials and a little bit in regard to the history here. As staff mentioned, my clients received the property in 2023 from their parents. No transfer was made for any sort of ordinance avoiding reasons, because I was involved in that transfer as well. As to the deck or patio that's currently constructed, at the time it was constructed, there was miscommunication between their parents, which is Jerry and Mary Schneider, and county staff regarding the requirement of whether a permit was going to be necessary or not. And some of those things have been clarified since that time. Since application for the variance, my clients have taken some mitigation steps in regard to the deck. So we believe it actually does meet requirements now. I did provide some information to Brian before this meeting, but it must not have been in time to get into the packet. But they are taking all the steps that they can think of to try to come in compliance. But really our biggest issue here is, of course, that the entirety of this lot is within the 100-foot setback from OHWL. The patio / deck and the RVs, we have taken steps to keep things out of the shore impact zone, at least for the proposed RV sites. Obviously the patio is already there, but it is not in the shore impact zone. So we are trying our best to minimize the impact of this variance. We're aware of the objection letter from Lures, or I don't know how you pronounce that. Most of that pertains to setbacks from the road, which is a township issue, therefore it is not pertinent tonight.
Question, Madam Chair. That slab that we're looking at right now, was that put in by your parents new? Was it, that slab didn't replace something else that had been there previous?
Correct. It was put in 2019 by my parents. There was a pre-existing, like an old shower house that was there
Okay.
from years ago.
But not a deck or a patio or any, okay, got it, thank you.
Are you happy with it there? It's kind of like an eyesore. I mean, it's just like big blob of concrete right there.
Yeah.
We can't add anything to the
okay.
record at this point.
We had sent an email.
I was just a curiosity question.
It's helpful that, because the whole property's kind of on a slanted hill, so we use it obviously to sit together as a family to eat on the picnic table. Yeah, we didn't have a level place to put the picnic table, so that was kind of the reasoning for it.
So a question, I don't know if it's applicant or staff. You talked about mitigating, making this compliant or more compliant. What does that mean? Do we know what that means?
Well, I can speak to that while staff looks through their notes. My clients have installed landscaping and other plants and things of that nature such that the grade is not as steep as it was.
So the height of the concrete is less than 12 inches.
So that's the issue? The concrete is 16 inches up? That's the problem?
Madam Chair, I'm going to pull the pictures up, but you got to give me a couple minutes. In the meantime, Brian can explain our interpretation of the definition of deck. And that's something for you to consider, but I need a couple minutes just to pull this up.
Okay, Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, we have always considered existing grade to be the measurement by which we take for the height of a deck. Bringing in additional material to make a structure lower or a deck lower to meet the definition of a patio doesn't eliminate the fact that the structure was still built higher than what existing grade was. And that has been something we've maintained for many years when interpreting that part of the ordinance.
But if you're on a grade, it's impossible to do that, isn't it? If you're on a slope?
Then you apply for a permit to build a deck.
I'm not debating that you should get a permit. I'm just trying to understand what the problem is of this.
And one of the alternatives was to lower that patio into the ground. You could have a retaining wall on the uphill side instead of that being level with the ground on the uphill side, but lowering the patio or lowering that deck to the height of what a patio would be.
Question. If you had to jack that concrete block up, now I've seen this with like aprons on sheds that's sinking, there's a potential for cracking this. Correct? I mean, you're going to have to like go in there, dig it back down. I mean, you totally could crack that in half or chip it or, right?
Kelly, do you have a picture of what you
printed
emailed?
one in black and white.
Okay. We'll have to do the... Trouble is, I can't get from here to here. I'm having problems on this computer getting what's on my email, so we can put the overhead. I'll just ask the back room if they can please put the overhead projector on. Yes, please.
If that brown thing wasn't on there, would you still consider it a patio?
Can try. I just don't know if it'll...
If you knock that off, let's do this. Just concrete slab.
Thank you for bringing a picture.
Wake up.
It'll come.
No,
We fixed it.
There you go.
Okay, does that solve the problem? I was just going to suggest that before you put that picture up there.
So what Brian was explaining and what Kelly pointed out in her email yesterday is that by way of bringing in fill, which is allowed under an exemption in the shoreline as a shoreline alteration, it now meets the definition of deck. What we're telling you is we aren't in 24 hours going to change 25 years of interpretation of how we define a deck. So our belief is that the Board of Adjustment still would need to grant relief. And you can do that by deciding that you believe it meets the intent or it does meet the definition, but we can't move that fast. We have to have discussions of how that might impact other areas of our ordinance if we measure from above ground versus natural grade. So you would still need to act on that variance request.
What's the issue, though? The fact that it's 62 feet from the high water mark?
Correct.
So what's the difference if it's a deck or a patio?
That's for you to decide.
But, okay, let's say it's a patio. What's different? It's still 62 feet from the water.
That you can make that argument.
I don't understand why we're
Well, okay,
talking
so-
about the definition of what that is.
So the
It's not what
intent-
it is, it's where it is.
So it's getting late. It's 9:30. There's a lot that could be dissected with why the shoreland rules have setbacks for structures. So yes, it's semantics. It is keeping structures. In this case, it's keeping the concrete patio away to meet the setbacks. In case of the RVs, it's keeping the RVs away from 100 feet back to meet the setback for aesthetics, for erosion control, for
But why
pollutants.
would the mitigation, the flowers and the rocks and the raising why would that make a difference? It's still 62 feet from the water.
Madam Chair, Member Schwagel, I think, so the difference between a deck and a patio is a deck needs a permit. A patio doesn't.
Okay.
A deck needs to meet setbacks.
Yep.
A patio doesn't. And by our interpretation of the ordinance, we call this a deck.
Got it. Thank you.
Do any of the board members have any questions or clarification for staff or applicant?
I have one for staff. As far as the RV goes, they're still restricted to 30 days a year, correct?
Madam Chair, Member Schwagel, the RVs could only be on the property for 30 days in the calendar year. They don't meet the setbacks for storage of the RVs on the property. They couldn't leave them there over winter. They can only be there whether occupied or unoccupied. So if you leave them there over the weekend, you're not in it, still counts. 30 days in a calendar year, and we've made that clear to the applicants, I believe. So that's 30 days.
I comment to staff, I guess, that's impossible to enforce. Who enforces that? The neighbors?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would say I'm hesitant to report how many sheriff's department calls have went out over the last 10 years on issues like this. And not because we call them, but because the neighbors call them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's permitted, isn't there a form they can fill out or scan, a QR code that says, my vehicle's parked here from this day? So you have record of this?
So, Madam Chair, I'll just say that I don't know that the Board of Adjustment is going to solve enforcement and administration of recreational vehicles
I get
tonight.
that.
We can definitely, I welcome your ideas offline on what that would look like.
I'm thinking of, like, if they're gonna have a camper there for 30 days, why can't they buy a permit through the county where it's got, your camper's gonna be here from this day and you have until this day?
Well, that is something that they're required to do, is submit a provisional use registration.
But then who's gonna go at the end of 30 days and look?
Right.
They're good people to honor it.
It's one of those things that frustrates you. I have another question for the applicants. So the campers, why can't you maintain the distance?
The entirety of this lot is within the 100-foot setback area from OHWL. There is no place on this lot that will be compliant.
Okay.
Basically, to develop in any way, shape, or form on this lot, you would need a variance every single time.
Any board members have any questions or clarification for staff or applicants? Anyone in the audience asking to provide any testimony, please come forward, state your name, your address for the record. Anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. And lastly, anyone wanting to provide any testimony, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Before you do that, I have one more question, maybe for staff or applicants. So how did you find out about this situation? Did they come to seek you, or how did that work?
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, I believe, okay.
It was a
Came
complaint.
in as a complaint.
Yeah, we've been dealing with
Yep.
it for probably 3 years.
Okay.
Came in as a complaint.
Yeah.
The complaint has since been resolved. They removed the RVs.
Okay, thanks.
So if they bring these RVs back for 30 days, are we gonna have complaints again?
Madam Chair, our office will be able to address that because now if the variance is granted, then the answer is the variance is granted and there's a provisional use for them to be there no more than 30 days in a calendar year. So, yes.
But only for
it
30
doesn't-
days.
This doesn't prevent people from complaining, but whether or not it's a violation is a different story.
Okay.
But, so, if we grant the variance for this, then maybe this is not the discussion we should have. We grant this variance, and then somebody else who has it, same situation, is gonna come in and try to get it too. So where does it end?
Exactly.
It's one of those frustrating things.
Yeah.
But the property is also unique too, because you're never gonna meet any setback.
Yeah. Right.
Everything has to be done with the variance there. The other property that could come in could totally meet a setback.
Yeah.
So this is a factual thing.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah, I'll move to close the public hearing.
George, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Dan is a second. Can I, any further discussion? If none, public hearing is closed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say sign. We will proceed to the findings. What do you guys want to do first?
Patio/deck.
So keep in mind, Barry, this might be something new to you. There, when considering the after effect of variance, the Board of Adjustment should consider these additional factors when deciding the statutory criteria. And those are the ones that are up on the board there. So, all right. Number 1 is the proposed use allowed in zoning district which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Rob? And this is for the concrete deck to leave as constructed. I can circle back. George?
Yes, the use of a deck in this zoning area is okay.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls? Rob?
I'm going to say no under section 10.2. The purpose of the Shoreland Overlay District is to protect and enhance the quality of surface water by promoting the wise utilization of public waters and related land resources, which is why the setback is 100 feet.
Okay. Barry?
I'm going to go with no.
Dan?
I'm gonna have to say no if the definition of this is a deck and not a patio is determined, it's a no.
Okay. Dave?
I'm struggling with the definition of deck versus patio. I mean, it's, material to me is, whether it's cement or wood, I'm gonna say yes.
George?
I'm going to say yes. In this situation, I don't think that the benefits of the county are outweighs by the burden of the owner.
I also do agree with George on that one, so I'm a yes. Number 3, if the variance request, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? State specifically which goal or objective are met or not met for the record. Barry?
No.
Rob?
No, Lakeshore Living Policies number 3, discouraging the alteration of natural shorelands and the creation of impervious surface near shore areas.
Okay. Dan?
No, same answer.
Dave?
No.
George?
No.
I'm also a no. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by any official controls? Rob?
Yes, they are. They're not doing anything weird on it. It's reasonable.
I'm also a yes, it's reasonable, want a deck or patio. Barry?
If it's in compliance, yes.
Dan? Dave?
Yes, they're just looking for some level ground.
George?
Yes.
Is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner? I'm going to say yes, the uniqueness is in the property, the way that it's sloped. Yes, they did not create the problem. Unfortunately, they bought the problem. Barry?
I'm going to have to say no, because I think that there should have been some more due diligence done. The way it looked, it didn't look like a deck and it didn't look like a patio. It looked like it was a foundation for maybe a bathhouse at one time, like it was said. And on that particular, yeah.
Okay. Rob?
I'm going to say no. In our training classes, you own the mistakes. When you buy it or it's gifted to you, you own the mistakes. So it's not something that was unique to the property.
Dan? Dave?
It's getting late. What number are we on again?
Number 5.
No.
George?
No.
Okay. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
George?
I'm going to say, again, I haven't been out there, I apologize. I don't think that Galaba concrete is, I'm going to say no, it doesn't maintain the character. I don't know what else is out there, but that thing just looks bad.
Okay. Dave?
I'm going to say yes. Now, I'm assuming the picture we saw with the landscaping around it now is the way it currently is. I would say yes.
Dan? I'm also a yes. Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. I'm going to say yes. Economics were not discussed. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, I agree.
Dan? Dave? George?
Yes.
Staff, what are the results of the finding?
Madam Chair, we've got 3 vote no, so we're looking for a motion to deny the request.
Okay, can I get a motion to deny based on the findings?
Madam Chair, I'll move to deny.
Okay, George made a motion. Can I get a second?
I can second that.
Okay. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George was a yes. I'm a yes. Dan? Dave?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say no.
Dave was a no? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh. Okay. All right, moving on to place 2 temporary recreational camping vehicles less than the OWHL setback of Big Lake. All right, number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Rob?
Yes, they are.
Barry?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. And that was, remind me, I forgot. That was his, what zone was it? It was
Residential 1.
Thank you. For the record. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls. Barry?
No.
Rob?
No, again, under Shoreland Overlay District, purposes to protect and enhance the quality of the surface waters, and in this case, the request is to violate that condition twice.
Okay, Dan,
Let's come back to me on that, I gotta think here.
Dave,
Come back one more time.
George.
I'm going to say no, it violates the setback criteria.
Okay, I'm also a no. I do agree with that. Dan,
Yeah, point of clarification with the staff, if I might, Madam Chair. It's allowable to have two? You said two campers?
Madam Chair, Member Ray, for lots that size, 2 RVs temporary are allowed with a primary dwelling already on site.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes.
okay, and then Dave.
That was essentially my question, because the ordinance does allow for two, so.
But the ordinance allows 2 RVs on that large of a lot, but not within 100 feet of the water, correct?
Right, but as been stated, there's not a spot on there that would be, and
So maybe you can't have.
Then you can use it.
you can't, but it at the same time doesn't feel like an unreasonable, but
I agree.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Number 3, the variance will be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Yes or no? Rob.
I'm going to say again, Lakeshore Living Policies number 2, we're not protecting the lakeshore.
Okay. Barry.
I'm going to say no too. I think with this, with RVs and the contention that it does cause, we're setting kind of a dangerous precedent by allowing something like that.
Okay. Dan.
I'll be a no.
Dave.
No.
George.
No.
And I'm also a no. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? I'm going to say yes, it's reasonable to want RVs out there for people who come and visit, but at the same time, you can also throw tents up too. So, Barry?
I would say yes, but in this case, it's the distance, and it's encroaching on other people that have structures there. So,
Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Say yes, it's reasonable to use lakeshore property for recreational.
Dave? George?
Yes.
The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no? Barry?
no.
Rob?
I'm going to say no, there's already a structure on that property, so we're not taking that use away from them.
Okay. George?
No.
Dan?
No.
Dave?
No.
And I'm also a no. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say yes. I suppose there's other RVs in that area.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
No.
Okay. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. I'm going to say yes. Economics were not discussed. George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Staff, what are the results of the finding?
I've got 3 no votes out of 7, so we look for a motion to deny.
Okay, can I get a motion to deny based on the findings?
Madam Chair, I'll move to deny.
Okay, George, can I get a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob was a yes. George? Yes. I'm sorry, Dan? Oh my
Yes.
God, too many Ds. Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. All right. All right, thank you guys for bearing us tonight. Drive home safe. All right, moving on. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the meeting minutes from last meeting.
George made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say a sign. Abstain, no. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
When's the next meeting?
What?
We don't want to adjourn, do we?
I would just ask, Madam Chair, is anybody interested in going to the training, the legal training that I sent out?
Okay, I would love to, but it just doesn't work for me with
Okay.
my work schedule.
I want to go, but it doesn't work for me.
I also would like to put a recommendation on with staff. Anything over 5 variances, we're gonna see in 2 meetings in a month. This is ridiculous.
In the past, Madam Chair, I've had the Planning Commission and the Board of Adjustment vote on that, because there's some disagreement on how members would like to handle it,
Can't we
so.
do this as a board?
You
What
guys
would-
you guys can decide, and we.
would you prefer to do all 7, or would you rather have them split up a little bit?
All at once. I'll stay here till 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't care.
I can't give up another night.
No, I would rather stay a little long, and I don't want 2 meetings a month. Already got 2.
Mr. Chair. In fairness to the people that have wanted answers,
That's true.
you
Don't
know.
want to sit down for another month.
Plus, being on the planning commission, I don't want to have 3 meetings a month.
And I was there, and
I still need a motion, or do we know how many are on the next month? Okay, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
because it was funny.
When's the next meeting?
May?
Signs on them.
It's 3 or 4, Madam
Okay.
Chair. The deadline passed, but we're working a few things out.
May 10th,
No, that was. this
next
month.
meeting?
Let me look at a calendar.
And there was, did you see an RBA?
Does it say it on here?
May 8th?
I remember
It's up on
looking
the
for
hill.
other RVs. I don't remember seeing.
George, just
Yes.
say second.
Second.
Okay, motion made, George approved, meeting adjourned.
You know,